Yeah. That me be Mr. Truth9ja. The man we want peace, the man we know the hate. The man we stand for progress for everybody. I talk I'm clear, we all deserve better. We deserve suffer, no be so God right am. Now why Mr. Truth9ja they open him mouth? If it pain you, adjust your mind. Na truth I dey yarn, no be fight I dey find. We dey hustle for light, and they give us dark. We dey hustle for food, and they chop our part. But still, hope no dey die for heart.
We go rise, we go shine. No force fit stop our time. Anybody where wish us down, we go jam reality ground. Make the fire of truth chase every lie away. Make the fire of justice burn the greed way day. Anybody where they block our way, thunder of karma go show them say it go better for us all. And God go bless us all. That's all.
Say now them get power, but people get it fine now say. Now unity they raise tower, no darkness we block our day. If your mission not to thief, where things belong to me and you. Truth go drag you, come out, expose your crew. No because na natural law, but you sow now you go reap for sure.
We go rise, we go shine. No force fit stop our time. Anybody when wish us down, we go down reality ground. Make the fire of truth chase every lie away. Make the fire of justice burn the greed way day. Anybody where they block our way, thunder of karma go show them say it go better for us all. And God go bless us all.
For Truth9ja, voice for the people. The truth no dey fit. We dey rise together. Yeah, la. Yeah, please, what? Divide, we be one people, and in hand we go break every evil. Unity short pass love, they evil. And together we dey rise like miracle. One Nigeria, we go stand gidiba. No bigger tree, only love food my liver. One Nigeria, we go stand gidiba. No bigger tree, only love food my liver. Yeah. See as them try scatter we, yeah. Them go use tribe take divide we. Them talk say na brother be enemy, but na line na strategy. You a holiday for people where they chop power. Then go turn poor man life to midnight hour. Then go loud talk, but the heart they sour. Still now we go rise, we be through fire. North to south we dey born strong. East to west we dey move as one. We know they fight ourselves again. Now peace we dey chase till kingdom come or divide. We be one people, and in hand we go break every evil. Unity show pass love they equal. Now together we dey rise like miracle. One Nigeria, we go stand gidiba. No big go tree, only love food my liver. One Nigeria, we go stand gidiba. No big go tree, only love food my liver. Yeah. Them fi try use fear by loyalty. Them fi choose fight, hide their policy. Them go shout say enemy they outside. One of them they cause the inequality. See we dey wise, we dey open eye. We don't sabi truth no more disguise. If we unite now we get the prize. Naija go rise, we go shock their mind. So hold your brother, greet your sister. Love make your wahala quicker. Now you be the only sticker. We go join with like super reader. No more divide, we be one people. And in hand we go break every evil. Unity show pass love they equal. And together we dey rise like miracle. One Nigeria, we go stand gidiba. No big go tree, only love full my liver. One Nigeria, we go stand gidiba. No big go tree, only love full my liver. Yeah. Raise your flag up, raise your cup up. Love day, yeah, so make we link up. Tribe no matter, nah, they speak up. We go dance to sunrise, no hiccup. One love, one people, one nation. Unity be the only foundation. No divide, segregation. A party vibe, not a celebration. One love, one people, one nation. Unity be the only foundation. No divide, celebration. A party vibe, not celebration.
Wahala for APC government. Them things say we know they see am. E go soon go round. Waiting go around go surely come around. Wahala for APC government. E go come back. Oh. Wahala for them greedy men. E go reach them house. Oh. If you live for glass house, no they throw stone. Na truth we talk. Oh. Tinubu talk for 2, 3, 4, 3. Say Jonathan lazy man. Say they sleep when jihad they stay by Christian. Now we don't turn am on turn, Trump done the one and say stop the pine. Now who incompetent now? Now who no fit govern now? APC don't turn our life to survivor exam. Wahala for APC government. No sabi government. Wahala for fake policy. We dey suffer, them dey flex. Na pepper we dey chop every day. Dollar don't climb, people know they pay rent again. Them say subsidy go help, but it just fight the poor. Then they introduce policy to pay us more. Canada court don't vex, label APC, PDP terrorist name. Na through corruption, through pain, them turn Naija to suffering game. My people shine your eye. No be everything where shine the gold though. If them promise you change, check the fine print. Cause APC don't show us pepper. The hot past you. Wahala for APC government. Wahala for greedy men. Now them go feel alone. If you live for glass house, no they throw stone. It was scatter your throne. Na cycle of karma be this. APC chop, PDP chop. But one day, Nigeria go rise. Make the truth set us free. Wahala done too much.
And of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Holy, holy, holy. Angel Marco, holy, holy. Angel Gabriel, holy, holy. Robo, 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 rakanka. Holy, holy, holy. Banjo like now me be Mr. Truth9ja. I dey come from Niger. If I talk, them go buy me. If I no talk, hunger go buy me. So make I talk and buy. At least I die with truth for mouth. This government don't tire body, oh. Which kind case be this? Who gets Nigeria with bad leaders when no get liver? Them heart na pomo. Tough outside, empty inside. And they chop out.
Yeah, yeah. That me be Mr. Truth9ja. The man we want peace, the man we know the hate. The man we stand for progress for.
Alright.
I talk I'm clear, we all deserve better. We deserve.
Welcome to my live stream.
Now why Mr. Truth9ja?
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning wherever you are watching it from. And may the blessings of the day follow us all. We work for food, the earth, our portion. We paid for electricity. They gave us darkness. They vowed with Satan, or they had an agreement with Satan, that we as citizens of Nigeria will never have peace or have anything good. They vow that before you can partake in eating the national cake, you must carry guns. That is the only way the government will see you as a true Nigerian. They see some of us that believes in rule of law, some of us that believes in peace, as idiots that do not deserve good things from the country. We live in a country called Nigeria that favors criminals more than patriotic Nigerians, more than those that have sacrificed for the growth of this country. It's so funny. Okay, I am Mr. Truth9ja. Welcome to my stream, where we speak, or I speak nothing but the truth. We say things exactly as they are, no matter who is involved, even if it's my own family. So, let's get into the business of the day.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Holy, holy, holy. Angel Marco, holy, holy. Angel Gabriel, holy, holy. Robo, 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 rakanka. Holy, holy, holy. Banjo like holy, holy. Now me be Mr. Truth9ja. I dey come from Niger. If I talk, them go buy me. If I no talk, hunger go buy me. So make I talk and buy. At least I die with truth for mouth. This government don't tire body, oh. Which kind case be this? Who gets Nigeria with bad leaders when no get liver? Them hot na pomo, tough outside, empty inside. And they jump out tomorrow, belly full today. Jai, which kind suffer be this? Angel Michael, draw your sword, oh. Angel Yege, blow the trumpet, oh. Robo, 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 raf, robo, robo, rachanka. Holy fire, flow, holy fire, fall. Holy, holy. The lily rose by fast. God of Elijah, come down, come flush. All the bad belly people where the government make thunder fire then come hot. Holy, holy. Yeah, the horrors by force. We no go free this time, we no go free again. Sobo robo rabara, rakacha robo robo. Nigeria must rise. By fire, by force. See the youth we're supposed they build tomorrow. They do yahoo, they do hook up, they run from Japan. Because the leaders live the future, sell them for Ghana, Moscow. Them they do oversight, but them no fit oversee their own children. One day for the thief, one day for the owner. The owner that would, he they shout holy, holy. Angel Michael, release your warrior angels. Make them pursue, overtake, recover all. Who can stand in the air? Who go break the code? Who go flush them out? Who go heal this land?
All right. First of all, there is very important update on the tax fraud that we must look at. Okay. Let's start with Sahara Reporters. National Assembly orders regazetting of controversial tax laws amid public outcry. National Assembly orders regazetting of controversial tax laws amid public outcry. In a twist to Nigeria's legislative process, the National Assembly has moved to regazette 4 recent enacted tax-related laws following mounting public concerns over discrepancies between versions passed by lawmakers and those published in the official gazette. The affected laws include the Nigeria's Tax Act 2025, the Nigeria Tax Administration Act 2025, the Joint Revenue Board of Nigeria Establishment Act 2025, and the Nigeria Revenue Service Establishment Act 2025. I'll end it there. But this is where it gets interesting. I so much love People's Gazette. They put things exactly the way it should be. National Assembly confirms Bola Tinubu forged new tax law, begins immediate regazetting of original bill passed by lawmakers. Let this sink in. We have told you severally that the president of Nigeria is a criminal and a certificate forger. It's no longer a new thing. He forges everything. He forged his certificate. He forged the certificate where he claimed that the school he attended in Nigeria and he graduated from, the school he claimed he graduated from Nigeria was never even in existence at the time he claimed that he graduated from that school. So Tinubu is a master forger. He forges everything. I doubt if his true name is even Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He might have even forged his own name as well. National Assembly confirms Bola Tinubu forged new tax law, begins immediate regazette of original bill passed by lawmakers. Let's just read it a bit. The National Assembly has ordered a regazette of assented tax reforms over unapproved alteration to align with the version harmonized and passed by lawmakers. The announcement on Friday effectively confirmed the recent allegation by Samad Dasuki, a lawmaker from Sokoto, that President Bola Tinubu had altered the law as passed by the National Assembly, sending the forged version to the printing department for gazetting in the National Archives. Those that were shouting and spreading bigotry, do you see what you have given to Nigerians? A criminal, that is what you have given to Nigeria as a president. A forger, if we truly had a working system, he would have been impeached already by now because he has breached our constitution. That is what he has successfully done. But the National Assembly will look away and take it as if nothing happened because he has already bribed them already with some couple of thousands of dollars. That is the country we find ourselves, my people. That is the country we find ourselves. And that is the reason why we must do everything necessary to make sure he doesn't come back second term. And so that him and his criminal gang must receive the punishment for what they have done. Tinubu has breached our constitution back to back, severally. Not once, not twice, severally. And our National Assembly is so shameful that they have forgotten their role as National Assembly and lawmakers. But they must receive their punishment. They now know that the Nigerians don't like them. You can see what happened in Akwa Ibom a few days ago, where a senator went to Akwa Ibom to share rice. You can imagine how stupid and wicked these senators are. He went to his constituent to share rice, and he went there with just 6 bags of rice. Just 6 bags of rice to share to thousands of people. Tell me, how many cups of rice will reach the thousands of people? Will it be up to this cup? Will it be up to this rubber? I doubt. That is what a lawmaker went to share to his senatorial district. 6 bags of 50 kg rice. And they rejected it. And when the camera was trying to capture him, he was hiding his face in shame. This is the kind of leadership we have in Nigeria. And that is the reason why we must not allow them to come back second time. We must not give them another chance. Because all they are after is to loot. That is what they are after. That is what they are after. Okay, let's take another funny headline here. Let's take another funny headline here before we go into the videos of the day. Okay. Malami EFCC clash over court order. Malami EFCC clash over court order. A fresh legal controversy has erupted between the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and the former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami San, over service and enforcement of a court order granting bail, raising broader concerns about adherence to the rule of law by state institutions. Now, Malami do not have the right to be complaining, because when court granted Nnamdi Kanu bail, Malami blatantly refused to obey that court order. So in his case, Tinubu is giving him what he gave to Nnamdi Kanu. What goes around comes around, my people. Arewa Punch reports that the disputed followed a ruling by a federal high court, Abuja, where reportedly granted bail to Malami in a matter involving the anti-graft agency, while the EFCC, through its legal team, has denied being granted bail to Malami in a matter of involving, while the EFCC, through its legal team, has denied being duly served with a court order, Malami's office insisted that the order was properly served in line with legal procedures. In a statement issued by Malami's media office, Mohammed Doka, whose copy was shared with Arewa Punch, it was stated that the EFCC and its lawyers were served with the court order shortly after it was issued. According to the statement, a court bailiff made attempts to effect service at the EFCC office, but officials allegedly declined to acknowledge or receive the documents. The claim by the EFCC that it was not served with a court order the claim by the EFCC that it was not served with a court order is incorrect and misleading. The statement said, stressing that the service, I think I should just end it there. What am I saying? What goes around comes around, my people. When you do evil, don't forget that your time is coming. When Nnamdi Kanu was granted bail, he rejected it. Even the ECOWAS court granted Nnamdi Kanu bail, he rejected it. Now he's crying and calling on civil society, calling international community. Nobody will come to Malami's aid. He has taught Tinubu boys how to play the game, and they are teaching him now that they are good students. Tinubu's boys are teaching Malami that they are good students. So he must receive the punishment for the abuse of our laws during his time. Power is transient. You can never be there forever. Even the cabal in Tinubu's government right now that are forging all sort of documents just to loot. Just to loot. They will definitely live there. And another person will come. And when the person will come, then, by then, we can now vomit all the atrocities they have committed. I was watching a video from Channels TV where Oyedele went to meet President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And all those that went with him to meet President Bola Ahmed Tinubu were all Yoruba guys, Yoruba men from Lagos. Do you see how bad Tinubu and APC? I will start with Tinubu. I will say Buhari, who was a monumental failure. You see what they have turned this country into. Any president that comes will bring only his people, despite the fact that the money that is sustaining the country is not even coming from their own region. They will bring their tribe people only into the government to loot and eat people's money. It was only Yoruba people, only in that meeting. I am not accusing the Yorubas because most of them are against what Tinubu is doing. I've interviewed most of them. So not all of them. The ones doing this thing are few. But we must still call it what it is. All those that went to meet with Tinubu, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, were all Yoruba people from this tax stuff. And when they came out, they said that that tax must commence 1st January. They stood their ground that it must commence. Despite the fact that the National Assembly has clearly said that Tinubu's tax was forged, they still want to go ahead with that tax. People that will go to jail after Tinubu's government, they're plenty. Bajabia Miller is one of them. They are all thieves. And there's no two ways about that. They're standing their ground that that tax must continue. That is what they are saying. But no problem. They have us to contend with when the time is right. They have the yam. They have the knife. And they also have the pot to cook the yam right now. But for how many years, my people? For how many years will they continue to cook this yam? Another person will definitely come to cook this yam. And Tinubu has lost, Tinubu and APC have lost credibility. And they must go, come 2027. There's no two ways about that. Let's watch this video. Let's watch this video. Look at them. All Yoruba men handling our tax. They have discussed how to share the money.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we met with Mr. President to give an update about the implementation of the tax reform laws. As you already are aware, there are 4 of those laws, and 2 of them have already commenced, and that's the Nigerian Revenue Service Establishment Act and the Joint Revenue Service Establishment Act commenced on the 26th of June 2025. The remaining 2 laws, that's the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, are scheduled to commence on the 1st of January 2026. We welcome the statement by the National Assembly House of Representatives Committee today on the findings and the work around the allegations about alteration. The federal government is committed to working with the National Assembly if and when any action is required. And therefore, they plan to commence the new law, the 2 remaining new laws on the 1st of January 2026. We go ahead as planned on schedule because these reforms are designed to provide relief to the Nigerian people. Bottom 98% of workers will see either no PAYE tax or lower taxes to be paid. Small businesses, 97% of them will be exempted from corporate income tax, VAT, withholding tax, and large businesses will see a drop in the taxes that they pay. The whole idea being to try and promote economic growth, inclusivity, as well as shared prosperity for our people. So we're actually excited at the progress we're making, and we're looking forward to January 1st, 2026.
Okay, can you speak to how much the government is expecting to haul in from the implementation of this tax?
And before that, how prepared and what are those mechanisms in place to ensure the smooth takeover of this?
Yeah, as you know, the tax reform bills were at the National Assembly for 9 months, from October 2024 until June 2025. And that, for us, preparation started from day one. And since the laws were signed, we've also had now about 6 months in which we've been doing preparation, capacity building, system upgrade, and sensitization. You would agree that this kind of reform is work in progress. You never get to perfection, you get better as you go along. So we believe that we're at a point already. One of the reasons why 2 of the tax laws took effect about 6 months ago is so that those institutions can start getting ready. For example, you have the Office of the Tax Ombud. You can't set up that office on day one and it begins to work on day one. So all of this combined, like I said, professionals, organized private sector, this is why we continue with the engagement that we have been doing, and we believe that we are in a good state to be able to commence the implementation.
Okay. Yeah, the question I asked about how much Nigeria is expecting from this implementation of this law.
Yeah, so the intention for this tax reform is not immediate revenue generation. We believe that over time you get revenue from growth. When the economy is growing, people pay not because the tax rate has gone up, but because the base has increased. Number 2 is these reforms have rationalized a lot of wasteful and incentives that are distortionary, which is in itself not helpful for the economy. And number 3 is we see as a result of this transformative tax reform, increasing awareness of and then tax culture and therefore improve compliance. So if people that were not paying before start paying, and they're not people who are low-income earners, not only do you get more revenue, you get fairness for society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. These are the thieves, and this man is the one that even forged that tax law. I am 100% sure of it. Despite the fact that National Assembly has confirmed that these people, this man inclusive, forged the new tax law that Tinubu gazetted and printed and shared, we still want to go ahead in implementing that tax. What is the purpose of that tax? They want to have enough money to bribe people come 2027. They are joking. They will give us money. I have been rejecting money for years now whenever they invite me to support a particular candidate. I will reject it, but this time around, I'm not going to reject any money because it is our money. I will collect the money and still work against them. I am advising you, they give you money. It is free money. Take it and work against them. It is not their money. That is the reason why they can easily throw it anyhow they want. People's Gazette said, National Assembly confirms Bola Tinubu forged new tax law, begins immediate re-gazette of original bill passed by lawmakers. Yeah, this criminal wants to go ahead to implement the tax come 1st January. They don't know what they are cooking for themselves. They don't know what they are cooking. They think Nigeria is Lagos, where they committed all sorts of atrocities and went away with it. They are jokers. Let's continue. Let's check this from Sahara Reporters. So reporter said, exclusive, Lagos paid Tinubu-linked Alpha Beta firm 213 billion naira commission in last 2 years. Sources. I repeat, exclusive, Lagos paid Tinubu-linked Alpha Beta firm 213 billion naira commission in the last 2 years. Imagine what Tinubu has been getting from Lagos from the tax generated from that state. It's the same thing he wants to implement in Nigeria, and it is a no. No matter what they collect, they are going to vomit it. That is why he refused to include Igbos. He refused to include the Jaws. Refused to include even people from the south region that the major money is coming from. Rather, he even refused to include people from Oyo State, people from Ekiti. It is the Lagos boys he chose to use for this tax game, so that they can eat the money, take the money, steal the money from the people, share the money among themselves, and become richer. They drive Lamborghini. Their children will be flying private jet while we can't even afford to buy one ticket. It will not be well with them. It will never be well with them. They have us to contend. They have us to contend come 2027. And the moment they are out, we will push for arrest of all of them. Just the way they are dealing with Malami, who is a criminal. That is how we are going to deal with them as well. They won't go unpunished. They should continue to loot. They should continue to loot. We are gathering enough evidence against them. Because the looting under Tinubu's government is no longer hidden. They are doing it boldly. They are so confident that they are going to remain there. Just the way PDP was so confident that they will remain there forever. That is how confident these people are today. They loot at will without any fear that there is justice. They believe there is no justice and nothing will happen. So they loot at will. Why Nigerians suffer? Meanwhile, I want to appreciate those that contributed yesterday. It is not much, but I truly appreciate what you contributed yesterday. May God bless you. And when we have gathered enough, we will buy those things, go to these IDPs and share it to them. Go and share it to them. They are suffering. They are still seriously suffering. It is not easy. While they are suffering, these people are busy living a lavish lifestyle and living a life of king when they have absolutely nothing to offer Nigerians. May God bless all of you that contributed to 1 kobo, to 100 naira, to 10,000, to all those that contributed. May God bless you all. Okay, let's continue. What else do we have here? Okay, let's go to the first video of the day. We'll still come back to these headlines. Don't forget what I just said, that People's Gazette, National Assembly has confirmed that the the tax law was forged, yet the federal government still wants to implement it. They still want to go ahead with it. They still want to go ahead with it. No wahala. No wahala. When Oyedele was being interviewed on Arise TV, he was so corny, avoiding questions and beating around the bush. He thought Nigerians are fools who don't know anything. Jot this thing down, this People's Gazette. This thing. Go to People's Gazette and read it. And read the full article. And then still go to Sahara Reporters and put this one as well. Exclusive. Lagos paid Tinubu linked Alpha Beta firm 213 billion naira commission in last 2 years. Imagine what Alpha Beta is making for just 2 years. Then calculate how many years they've been there. Tinubu is just eating like white for doing absolute nothing. No wahala. God know they sleep. And we too know they sleep. Our eyes are wide open. Our eyes are wide open right now. We are no longer sleeping. We are watching as everything is unfolding. Okay. Let's watch the next video we have here. It is a long video. It's about Buhari's show of shame. How Buhari destroyed Nigeria completely. It's an interview on Channels TV. And it's about 29 minutes. Please, my people, let's watch this video. We have a lot of videos lined up. And the information reaching me now is that Bello Turji has been knighted by US tribe. It's unconfirmed, but I'm just saying it. Somebody from Sokoto, a friend from Sokoto told me that Bello Turji has been knighted, but it's not yet confirmed until it's confirmed. But that is the information reaching me now. But if he's truly knighted, oh, thank God, and may God bless the United States of America for a job well done. They are saying that America missed the target. America did not miss the target. They don't know how these bombs moves. They don't know how this bomb moves. Bombs are like rocket. They detach where they move. They detach. And there were casualties in one of the local governments. There were casualties. And the other side that the bomb touched in Sokoto, that they are saying that nothing happened. Yeah, that place wasn't a target. That is what you guys should understand. Okay, let's watch the first video.
A lot of the things they said were now corroborated by the people I interviewed who are not part of the family.
Yes, a man who was just ticking his bucket list in office and gloried in his integrity while the country fell apart. And his officials did whatever they wanted with our common patriarchy. Not too long ago, Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka, speaking on late President Buhari's time in office, said, quote, "I don't want to talk about Muhammadu Buhari's administration. I think it's best for my sanity just to avoid that overall question. I can take bits and pieces of Nigeria's present predicament, but I think for one's sense of balance, one must forget the existence of the Buhari administration," end quote. Late President Buhari's own daughter, Halima Buhari, said recently at former Information Minister Lai Mohammed's book launch about her father, quote, "My father was not unaware of the criticism leveled against him. He knew that many Nigerians felt that more would have been done or done differently. He heard the voices of those who were disappointed, just as he heard the voices of those who felt their lives had improved," end quote. Since former President Buhari's death in July of 2025, his legacy has been a subject of great debate. Did he lay the foundation for the troubles we Nigerians are facing today? As cases of corruption against his appointees pile up at Nigeria's anti-corruption agency, we ask, how could a man famed for his integrity let all these things happen under his watch? Was he a leader without followers? Where is the movement that pushes the Buhari philosophy? The man, my guest says, moved from soldier to statesman, where his strengths turned against him by those who learned his rhythms too well. Was he mismanaged state property? Was he a man stunned by the gap between the promise of a movement and the reality of government? A president who feared being called a dictator and hesitated to sack men who disappointed him? A man who had the wrong people in the right places and didn't change them for 8 years. Dr. Charles Omole's book on the late President Buhari has garnered a lot of controversy. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai is appealing to all Nigerians, admirers and critics alike, to let the late former President Muhammadu Buhari rest in peace, criticizing many who were at that book launch, saying they gave fake tributes to Buhari in death. Meanwhile, they had neither his trust nor his respect in life. Author of the now controversial book, From Soldier to Statesman, The Legacy of Muhammadu Buhari, Dr. Charles Omole joins us tonight on Hard Copy. Dr. Charles Omole, welcome again to Hard Copy.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So, this book, I've read it. There are a lot of people who are very upset with some of the revelations made in this book. A lot of people, especially from the Buhari bloc of the All Progressives Congress, there are a few things. Number one, they feel like the wife of the late president shouldn't have said the things that she said in the book. And then the second issue that they have is the right of you writing this book. Some people, in fact, Honorable Farouk was saying in one of our programs, he said, I've never met this man. Many people who worked with the late President Muhammadu Buhari didn't know you that much. Some people said they only spoke to you on the phone. So let's take those criticisms one after the other. The revelations by the former First Lady, and then the people are asking what right you have to put this particular book down.
Okay, thank you. Well, in terms of the former First Lady, I think she's best able to answer that question. For those who want to be honest, there was telltale sign even during the Buhari administration of some of the discontent or the disquiet of the First Lady at that time. If you remember, there were media reports, for example, of the First Lady Aisha Buhari then saying that many of the ministers in her husband's government were not known to the husband. You know, that lots of people that worked with them for victory were not included in the government. All these things were said. In fact, there was one time during, prior to the second term election, where she threatened not to campaign for the second term, you know, with her husband, if some things don't change. So these are not new things in that sense. I think what she felt she owed the nation was being able to, you know, flesh some of those things out and make people understand that if Buhari was to be judged by his intentions alone, Buhari will have been the best president we've ever had in the country. You know, but the challenge is, how do you translate that his intentions to reality? And what you will see in the book is all kinds of frustration by, engineered by the cabal. Things that the president will approve, and then the cabal will make sure funds are not released for those things. Things that will, you know, that I can give specific examples as we go on of people going back to the president 10, 11 times to remind him that, look, president, you've approved this. The money has not been, you know, released. And the president kept saying, I will talk to them. You know, but of course, unknown to the people is that the cabal.
Years. A man who was just taking his. And then the second issue that they have is the right of you writing this book. Some people, in fact, Honorable Farouk was saying in one of our programs, he said, I've never met this man. Many people who worked with the late President Muhammadu Buhari didn't know you that much. In fact, Honorable Farouk was saying in one of our programs, he said, I've never met this man. Many people who worked with the late President Muhammadu Buhari didn't know you that much. Some people said they only spoke to you on the phone. So let's take those criticisms one after the other. The revelations by the former First Lady, and then the people are asking what right you have to put this particular book down.
Okay, thank you. Well, in terms of the former First Lady, I think she's best able to answer that question. For those who want to be honest, there was telltale sign even during the Buhari administration of some of the discontent or the disquiet of the First Lady at that time. If you remember, there were media reports, for example, of the First Lady Aisha Buhari then saying that many of the ministers in her husband's government were not known to the husband. You know, that lots of people that worked with them for victory were not included in the government. All these things were said. In fact, there was one time during, prior to the second term election, where she threatened not to campaign for the second term, you know, with her husband, if some things don't change. So these are not new things in that sense. I think what she felt she owed the nation was being.
All right, my people. Aisha Buhari, I remember that time when she said that she will campaign for the husband. That she will campaign for the husband because The husband was doing things she was not comfortable with. Aisha Buhari is a good woman and she wants the best for Nigeria. She wants the best for Nigeria. But Buhari was a dummy, was the most stupid president this country has ever had. Buhari was not in charge of the government. He was not. It was the cabals that were in charge. He will say something, then his boys will do whatever they want to do. Just like what is currently happening under Tinubu's government today. And I bet you that this forgery that took place, Tinubu may not even be aware of it. But because he's very good at forgery, that is the reason, that is what gave his boys the guts to forge it. And that is the truth. Okay, let's continue with the video.
Be able to, flesh some of those things out and make people understand that if Buhari was to be judged by his intentions alone, Buhari will have been the best president we've ever had in the country. But the challenge is, how do you translate that his intentions to reality? And what you will see in the book is all kinds of frustration by, engineered by the cabal. Things that the president will approve, and then the cabal will make sure funds are not released for those things. Things that will, I can give specific examples as we go on of people going back to the president 10, 11 times to remind.
Okay. See, there's something I want us to understand. No president in Nigeria no president in Nigeria will want to sit and watch his government being destroyed. No president will do that. Despite the fact that Buhari was a monumental failure, was a disaster that ever happened to Nigeria. But I know he never wished evil for Nigeria, and that is the truth. He never wished evil for Nigeria, but because he was so gullible, he knows nothing about leadership. I didn't even know how to control the criminals that were with him. People like Malami and the rest of them. He didn't know. Even the former Inspector General of Police that he sent to Benue State and refused to go to Benue State. Did he punish him for disobeying him? The answer is no, he didn't. It means he was the one giving them the authority to disobey him. So therefore, he will be the one to be blamed for the failures of that government. That's why I said, we don't need these old men ruling us in this country. We need people who can read and write. That is what we need in this country. Not people that will just sit, whatever they do to them, they say, okay, they just want to bear that name, I am president, without knowing the duties of a president. Whatever they give to them, they sign. Just like Tinubu just signing everything he sees today. It's so shameful. Even if Tinubu repents today and start doing the right thing, Tinubu will not have peace. Because he was instrumental in bringing that failure called Buhari into this country. He was instrumental in making him the president of Nigeria. So he will not go unpunished. Tinubu himself will not go unpunished. Karma must definitely come. Karma must definitely come. And that is the truth, my people.
Remind them that, look, President, you've approved this. The money has not been, released. And the president kept saying, I will talk to them. But of course, unknown to the people is that the cabal controlled. The finance minister was under the control of the cabal. The CBN governor was under the control of the cabal. Sure is that the money was never released for those things, even though there was presidential approval. So the whole idea, therefore, is that this is not blaming Buhari at all. And those who are thinking it's an anti-Buhari book, they've not read the book. No family, no matter how they feel, will write an anti their husband book or their father's book. It's not possible. But I think what they were trying to do was to be balanced. It's a 607-page book, all the tittle tattle going on about the headlines, maybe maximum 20, 30 pages of the almost 607 pages. So if you look at the entire book, you'll find that it's actually a sympathetic book to Buhari. It's just making people to understand the limitations and constraints he worked under. But there are people who don't want to hear that Buhari does anything wrong or is a human. They don't like to hear that. They think he's a god. So for those people, even if you say Buhari coughs, they will fight you.
Those people that don't want people to say anything bad about Buhari were the criminals that was looting this country left and right, allowing their brothers to go into our communities and kill and rape our mothers and sisters, allowing Fulani terrorists to terrorize the hell out of Nigeria. They are the ones that will not want to. That will not want us to attack Buhari. Even in his grave, even if I die tomorrow, I will ask God, please send me to where Buhari is. Let me face him there, because that man will not rest in peace. He will never rest in peace. We will never allow him to rest in peace. He must rest in pieces, because he was a monumental failure and a disaster this country has ever witnessed.
You know, so you can't help that. On the question of me, well, I think if anything else, I'm probably someone like me is probably the best person to write the book, because I have no axe to grind. In that sense, if I'd worked with him directly, they would say, okay, maybe I was speaking from a camp within the regime. If I was in the opposition party, they would say, okay, maybe I was talking, but the fact that I'm not a politician, I'm not in any political party, I'm not a member of any political party, so clearly brings a level of independence to it. And more importantly, like I said during the book launch, the family, not once did they ask me you interviewed Chief of Defense Staff, what did he say? Or try to editorialize the book. None at all. Not once did they say remove this, had this, or they just said their truth the way it is. It just happened a lot of the things they said were now corroborated by the people I interviewed who are not part of the family.
Did you at any point interview the late president's son, Yusuf? Because one of the things people are saying is that he wasn't at the book launch, and they said that kind of points to...
No, he was at the book launch.
Okay.
You see, he was at because I greeted him at the book launch. Nigeria is a place where confidence with ignorance is a bad combination. I mean, Yusuf doesn't speak much. It's not a talker. Let me put it that way. So he was there. I mean, in the chapter that I itemized all the children and what he said, you will see a segment about Yusuf there. So he was there. So I don't see any. If anybody tried to interpret that to mean anything, that there's nothing there.
What about the one person, at least recently, who's spoken up? Well, a few people. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai says people should stop writing about this man. Let him rest in peace. You're profiting over the death of this man who's not here to defend himself. And then there's also Honorable Farouk Aliyu, who's one of the heads and the chieftains in the APC and very prominent in the CPC bloc, that's very loyal to late President Muhammadu Buhari. And he said this to me directly, he said no right-thinking person who loved the late President Muhammadu Buhari would be happy with what is written in this book about him. Says some things should have been left out.
What I did.
Why should they be happy with the book? I will advise you guys to get the book. Why should they be happy with the book? Because they were the ones who benefited from the looting of that government. We saw hell under Buhari's government. I sold my own currency, my own money under Buhari's government. It was under Buhari's government that we started buying Naira in Nigeria, and we are still buying Naira till today. You go to bank to withdraw your money, bank will tell you there is no money. Instead of bank giving you that money, they will give it to POS. You will now go to POS At a point, POS were even charging 1,000 naira for 10,000 naira. That is how bad it was. That is how bad it was. Then when we want to protest, they will come up with something. NIN. Everybody must get NIN so somebody else. Your SIM card, your line will block. Then we will forget that thing that they have done. This has been APC's strategy. Keep the people busy while we continue the looting spree. That is what they've been doing. And that is why APC must go. That is why APC as a party must go. They are a complete disaster. Nobody that has benefited from Buhari's government will want or will be happy for us exposing the evil and atrocities that Buhari committed during his time. And that is the truth, my people.
Deliberately is that did a narrative that is more sort of interview in nature, so that you know who said what. So I would say, okay, this is Chief of Defense Staff, this is what he said, this is this person, this is what, so that you understand this. So if you have issue with what has been said, go to the person that said it, not me that's recording what was said. So you see, Nigerians, the way they understand, they are looking at this thing, they are thinking, I said this, I didn't say this thing. This was what people said. So if you have an issue with what former Chief of Defense Staff said, don't blame the messenger. Go to him and say, why should you have said this? But they are not doing that. It's me they are now coming for to say, why did I write this? I was told, I didn't make it up. All the, practically except a few, practically all the interviews were recorded audio. So I have evidence of everything I wrote in the book. So this is not something I made up. So I really don't understand why people feel it's me that should be the subject matter rather than the people that actually said what was said.
All right, let's take a look at some of the things that you wrote in the book itself. You mentioned this cabal. You talked about it now. And a lot of things were said. I really do wish a lot of people would read all of the details about this cabal in the presidency. Does that cabal still exist today under President Tinubu, in your view?
Oh, yes. Every presidency in Nigeria since 1999 have their cabal, without a doubt.
As dangerous as the one that, because based on what I read in this book, that cabal was dangerous, especially dangerous to national development and dangerous to the president himself.
You see, the challenge here is, like I wrote in the book, every leader, every president have their cabal. But for most presidents up until Buhari, the cabals tend to be friends, associates, people that have worked with them. They are people, if push come to shove, you could sack, you could dismiss. But I said, but what made the Buhari cabal more difficult is that they were his kinsmen. At least the top end of the cabal were his kinsmen. This was, and that's why if you read the book from the beginning, Buhari lost his father when he was about 3 years old. People like Mama Ndara and all these people, were people who he grew up with. I mean, Mama Ndara is a few years older than Buhari. So these are people that shaped, these are people he felt he owed a lot to growing up. They were built all their lives. All his life, rather, he's been with them. So when they now form this cabal, they are people you can't just sack.
You are facing right now the heat of that cabal. Can you handle the cabal? And you've actually upset two cabals: the cabal under late President Muhammadu Buhari, and they're listening to you recently talking about a cabal in the Tinubu administration. That cabal will also be upset with you. Is that something you're ready for?
Well, the thing is, in terms of the cabal, I mean, what people don't understand, a lot of people on social media, not all of them, a lot of people on social media are foot soldiers of this cabal, and that's why largely I'm not engaging with them, because these are people who will take a bit of the book and misrepresent it. You will show them evidence that it's a mistake, they will still, so they are not people looking for evidence, they are not people rather whose mind can be changed by facts. There are people who are on assignment to besmirch your name and all that. But that comes with the territory. I mean, I have no issue with that. Okay. In terms of this government, their cabal, I think, well, at least nobody has come and to say that it's true that those cabal don't exist. You know, so the fact that I merely say what was an open secret, it's not really a problem. And like I said in that interview you are referring to, President Tinubu is actually more in control of what's happening with the cabal, you know, than many of his predecessors. So the current president is extremely smart.
It's a very interesting list of cabal leaders that you mentioned, including the president's son, including the son of the president. It's a very interesting list. But before we go on a break, I want to still talk about late President Muhammadu Buhari before we go on this break. So you said evidence-based leadership, but political science, with political science, we know that he had a particular type of leadership, and that leadership is called laissez-faire. It is called the laissez-faire style of leadership. Many people may not know it, but that is the system that he ran. But people who operate laissez-faire leadership are considered weak leaders because they, you know, as opposed to micromanagers, they let everybody do what they want to do. But the backlash of it is that sometimes things start to fall apart. And if, like you said, there are people that have been loyal to him for a very long time, it will be difficult to get them out. Was the late President Muhammadu Buhari, in your view, a weak president?
No, I wouldn't call him weak. Weak is we could not do justice to the genius of the man.
I disagree with him on this one. Buhari was a weak president. In fact, he's the weakest president this country ever had. They called Jonathan all sort of names. They called him all sort of names. They called him weak. But the weak man that they were calling him, the man they were calling weak, had the best economy. Had the best economy in Africa. Was the fifth growing economy in the world. The person they were calling weak. And now the smartest person that people were claiming, they were claiming that Buhari was the smartest and the best for Nigeria. How was his government? Nigeria became the second capital, the second poverty capital of the world. And Tinubu came and made it the number one poverty capital of the world. So I am free to say that Buhari was the weakest president, and Tinubu is the wickedest, is the most wicked president this country has ever had, and that is the truth.
You know, I mean, he wasn't a weak leader, but I think just like every human being, he had his weakness. That's different from being a weak leader. For example, I think in the book I mentioned the occasion where a family member that when evidence was produced of what happened, President Buhari actually marched him out of the villa that night, shouted at him to get out of the villa. So I mean, so you can do what needs to be done when there is clear unequivocal evidence. But the challenge is when you are dealing with cabals or anybody who operates in the government, even the bureaucrats, part of what they are good at is covering their tracks. So trying to now say somebody did something and finding that ironclad evidence, that the kind of evidence Buhari felt he needed to act, was terribly difficult.
We'll go on a short break. But when we come back, we'll be talking about how he's been portrayed in several books, including yours. Everyone talks about his charisma, his character, his integrity, the genius of the man. The problem has always been drawing a parallel between the man that everyone talks about and the type of governance that the Nigerian people had to face for 8 years. A lot of people do not like this man because they do not believe that they got the dividends of democracy in the time when he was in office. So we'll be talking about that when we come back from this break. Please stay with us on Hard Copy. Welcome back to Hard Copy. If you've just joined us, we are speaking with Dr. Charles Omole, the author of this book. A book about the late President Muhammadu Buhari, from soldier to statesman, the legacy of Muhammadu Buhari. And one of the first things that he said in this book is that this is not a memoir, it's a report of what people have said. Thank you so much, Doc, for being with us on the program.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so let's talk about the man and the president. What do you make of that distance between the person and the president? And of course, these people who are facing all kinds of charges right now, many Nigerians believe he laid the foundation for the troubles that Nigerians are facing today.
It's possible for somebody to be an excellent individual, as Buhari was. In fact, one of the things even his greatest critic couldn't say was that Buhari was corrupt. You know, it was difficult for anybody to say that because he was not. You know, so, but when it comes to management, like you said, those who practice the kind of...
I disagree with that as well. Buhari was fantastically corrupt. Do we say Jonathan was corrupt? Jonathan was not corrupt. Rather, Jonathan made his government so transparent that transparent and free speech was what killed Jonathan's government. Is this government of today transparent? Look at the way they forged the tax law. Even the National Assembly has confirmed that that tax law was forged. So what's transparent about this government or Buhari's government? There was absolutely nothing transparent about him. Buhari was so corrupt that even his own children knows he's corrupt. So nobody should call Buhari a saint. Buhari was never a saint. He was never a saint.
Leadership style that he practiced, there's an assumption that you have appointed the best for each of those roles. If you are to leave them to just do their thing, then an assumption of competence exists, that those people in those positions know what they are doing. But in this case, that's not the case. There are lots of people that were there. Largely, because of one thing or the other. As strong as Buhari was, he was an emotional human being. You know, you see people will say that he worked with my dad in the 70s, so of course, you know, he now appointed me or whatever. You know, he is somebody who remembers those who have been good to him, and clearly when he appoints them, the kind of guardrails that were needed to make sure that they performed were not put in place. And I think that, for me, is the weakness of that administration. But that could be mitigated by things like, was he fully aware of what's going on? I mean, if you understand how, there's one point in the book where, when I was interviewing Bichi, the former DSS boss, where he actually said, at some point, and I'm quoting him now, he was concerned for the physical safety of the president. You know, when they said that during the interview, I had to stop and tell him to repeat it. He said, yes, there was concern for the physical safety of the president. Almost like the president, well, I'm not putting words in his mouth, but my perception of what he said was that maybe the president felt maybe if he pressed too hard on the necks of some people, his own personal safety could be jeopardized. You know, so it's a real challenge. I mean, when you have a president whose office is bogged, whose bedroom is bogged, every time when DSS do the sweep, as they call it, of his room and of his office, they find bugs every time. They find bugs. So question has to be, who puts it there? Who have access to his bedroom? You know, so the fact that you know, because you automatically you will assume it was DSS that was bugging it, but this is the head of the DSS saying it's a shock to them. So the question is, who planted those things in those places? So the cabal existed. Nobody can even tell me anything otherwise.
I mean, I know that you say he wasn't a weak president, you know, but that's what the issue is, Dr. Mole. The fact that all of these things into the villa is a fortress, okay? There's a camera everywhere. This presidential villa of ours. It's a fortress. It's not easy for you to do whatever. It's either there's some people are complicit in this, or you're not as strong as you think you are as president.
The narrative was that the moment he won the election and he moved to the villa, within 2 weeks, all his extended relations all moved to the villa and their children. You know, and at that time, I think there's only one biological child or two of Buhari that was actually around at that time. So this extended family almost suffocated him.
Do you think that maybe some of the lapses, let's not call it weaknesses, all right? Let's say some of the mistakes that were made during his administration set the tone or put the...
I am beginning to get angry with this video. Why not call Buhari who he truly is? Buhari was evil, Buhari was incompetent. And Tinubu sold Buhari to Nigeria, shouting on the street and protesting, change, change, change. What has changed? From bad to worst. From buying a bag of rice, 6,000, to buying a bag of rice for 40,000 naira. From dollar exchange of 160 naira under Goodluck Jonathan to 700 naira under Buhari. That was the change he brought to us. That was the change he brought to us. And some idiots are still praising APC and saying APC is the best thing that ever happened to this country. When I go see something, you guys will see pepper. We are marking your faces and putting down evidences that we are going to use against all of you that are speaking good about these criminals that call themselves APC. I never see anything. It's very soon. How many years do we have left? Just a year plus. A new government will come in. And I am 100% sure, in fact, I am 1,000 all over 100% sure that Tinubu cannot continue. He will never, and he will never continue. And that is the truth.
The groundwork for the problems that we're facing right now as Nigerians, because that is the consensus out there, that this was 8 years wasted in governance.
Well, I wouldn't say it was 8 years wasted, but some of the issues that happened, some of the developments were things that were a surprise to Buhari himself.
This young man is economical with the truth. Buhari's 8 years was a wasted years. We didn't only waste 8 years, it took us back. It took us 20 years back. What am I even saying? It took us 50 years back. What was the achievement under Buhari's 8 years? Absolutely nothing. The achievement was banditry. Under Jonathan, Boko Haram was only terrorizing the northeast, which Jonathan dealt with using mercenaries. That is why election could even hold in Borno State. But when Buhari came, what did he do? His brothers invited their fellow Fulani brothers from the Sahel region down to Nigeria, and they were moving from community to community, unaliving people, taking over their properties, raping women, and he was aware and he never acted. Even when the military wanted to go after these people, he said they should leave them alone. Buhari said it. So it's no longer news. It was a wasted 8 years. A complete wasted 8 years. That is the truth. Not only being economical with the truth. Whatever you say, those that hate you will hate you, and those that love you will love you. You can never be a complete man or a complete woman if you don't have people hating you and people liking you or loving you. You are not complete. Just the way I'm streaming now, some persons will come and insult me. It is welcomed, and I'm okay with that. Everybody cannot like me. But doesn't mean that I'm no longer Mr. Truth9ja. I still remain Mr. Truth9ja, and I will still continue my criticism of this evil called APC party, amalgamation of all criminals. We must say it the way it is. No need sugarcoating or being economical with the truth.
Let me give you two practical examples. One is take the issue of the Naira redesign, for example. The Naira redesign was the idea was presented to Buhari long before the election. And it was presented, again, maybe you can call it the naivety of the man. He didn't see it was presented as an anti-corruption, anti-vote buying process. The full implication of it and all that, I don't think really came to him until it was too late. Let's put it that way. So that's an example of how law of unintended consequence happens. Then also you have a situation where, take the issue of prior to the APC presidential primaries, how the cabal went to tell the service chiefs that they should. I narrated in the book that is Lawan that Buhari wants installed. And of course, when they met Buhari, Buhari said, no, you didn't, there's no such thing. But the question that came to my mind was that how many such presidents said will have been carried out by people who didn't have access to go and verify. So a lot of things will have been carried out in the name of Buhari that Buhari was never aware of. And for me, that is the danger. That's why this issue of cabal is important.
But it's not an excuse, is it? The fact that you didn't know is actually an indictment on you.
Well, let me put it this way. The fact that you didn't know, I mean, you don't understand how big Nigeria is until you sit in that place. You've been, you know how many...
You see how funny life is. There's no ignorance in law. That is the reason why if your driver's license expires, police will either extort you or arrest you. If your driver's license expires, even without your knowledge, because sometimes when you just think, I have my driver's license, you won't know it has expired. When road safety holds you and checks that your driver's license has expired, you must receive a punishment or you bribe your way out. We are in Nigeria. Does that mean you have not committed an offense? You have committed an offense. So Buhari not knowing that he was a failure, Buhari not knowing that this thing was supposed to do this, he gave orders to do this, it wasn't done, and he did not hold those people accountable. Does that mean that he was not a failure, that he has not defaulted in the oath he took to serve the people of Nigeria? Does that make it right? Maybe because he's the president, then he's free to make mistakes. It doesn't make it right. Buhari was a monumental failure and a disaster. And that is the truth. We should call it what it is. White is white and black is black. You cannot see black and call it white, or see white and call it black.
Report you get every day from every state. There's no way you can be on top of everything yourself. That's why you need good team around you. I could write another book out of what I left out of the book. So if the people making all the noise online think what I've written in the book is bad, they should wait and see what I didn't include. There are things I didn't include that I felt were too hot to put because of our sensitive nature of our polity. I felt this might cause trouble. Let me, I use my own assessment not to include it. Then there are things I didn't include because they were not corroborated. That was only one person told me about that situation. I did not include. So everything included there, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different people said it. That's why I felt confident enough to put it in the book. So there's a lot more that I didn't put in the book that I felt, for the sake of our piece of our polity, we should leave it alone. So it's more or less a way of telling the cabal that if they push too far, there's more where that came from. If they want to fight based on emotion rather than logic, then we can throw more things in the air and let them see which one they will catch.
My brother, I will want to contact you. If you can give me those things, I am ready to populate shit. No need hiding anything. this country can never grow if we don't know those that are destroying it. We need to know these people that are destroying this country for their personal gains. What have they built to enjoy the number of wealth, the number of things they enjoyed under Buhari? I will make sure I reach this man. I will want to get those evidences so I can publish it. If he can't do it, I would love to do it. Who are they? Do they have two heads? Are they not human beings just like us? Are we not all stakeholders in this country? Buhari's government was the most stupid and the most useless government Nigeria has ever witnessed. Wasted 8 years. There was a lot of suicide because so many people could not afford a square meal. Just the way people are suffering under Tinubu today, and he doesn't even care. And moreover, Buhari didn't promise us that he's going to reduce our purchasing power. He did it to some extent. But Tinubu promised us openly that he was going to reduce our purchasing power, and he implemented it, and he is doing it very well. A failure is a failure, and that is the truth, my people.
You know, so it's best for people to understand that if nobody will read this book from back to back and will say it's an anti-Buhari book. In fact, if I show you my inbox, it's very funny. On this side are people like Showore and the rest who have accused me of whitewashing Buhari's image, that I'm trying to, make him look good. I'm trying that's on this side.
I am one of those. Not only Showore. I am one of those saying you are trying to whitewash Tinubu's Buhari's face. Buhari was a disaster. Buhari was a disaster. May he not have rest wherever he is. He will never have rest. Thunder will fire him wherever he is. Because the pain he cost us for 8 years and the life lost under him was unbearable. Look at the way they fight people during the NSAS in Lagos. Have they compensated the families that lost their loved ones? They are still denying to today that nobody died. And it was used to even sentence Nnamdi Kanu. That Nnamdi Kanu was the one that caused the death that happened during the NSAS protest. And they are still claiming. You see how useless the government is. They are denying that nobody died. But the judiciary claim that people died there. Useless APC government that have destroyed our judiciary and turned our National Assembly to puppets.
Yeah, on this other side are people, the Buharis, who are telling me, make the man look bad. And what? How can the same book have both in it? So that tells me most people from both sides have actually not read the book. Because if you have, all the things they are talking about now, maybe are in about 2 chapters of a 22-chapter book. So what about the remaining 20 chapters? What's in them? You know, so it's important for people to read this book for themselves. And it's not because I'm promoting the book, because all the proceeds of the book are going to Buhari family charities. So I'm not making it. So it's not me. So it's not about me. So people think this is financially motivated and wrong. And even if you notice the book launch, there was no chief launcher, no financial element to the book launch to show you this was not done as a fundraising exercise.
I like that you said that, because that was actually where I was coming to, because the accusations about financial gains on the man who has died. But since you sorted that out, as we close, one thing that everyone keeps talking about is that you cannot accuse this man of corruption. He has integrity. Where is the Buhari movement? There are people in life who have inspired others, Sir Ahmadu Bello being one of such people. They have followers. Kwankwaso is famously a follower of Sir Ahmadu Bello, and moved that Kwankwasia movement based on the thinking processes and the ideals of this man who, was such a legend to them. Now we have the late President Muhammadu Buhari. Oh, great man of integrity. Everyone loves him. Okay. Where is the movement? Where did he replicate himself? Who are the people who are like him that are carrying on his legacy? Is that something that is still on the way? Is it something that we'll see in the future? Or was this man just by himself, I'm a good man, I'm a good man, I'm a good man, and didn't replicate himself in anybody? Was he a leader without followers?
Actually, that is an excellent question. And I think therein, for me, lies what I call the substantial weakness of Buhari as a man. Succession is not accidental. Succession has to be deliberate. And I think that is what is now exemplified in the so-called Buhari movement, where it has become such a broad church, where you have people within the movement that actually don't share Buhari's values. A lot of the people who are so-called Buharis don't share the kind of value that Buhari had. And that is a challenge of the fact that what Buhari had cannot happen by accident. It has to be deliberately curated. And the fight that is happening right now is who can control the bulk of the Buhari vote and Buhari supporters against next election. That is a challenge that's going on right now. But if they want answer to that, they should come and see me for political consultation.
Well, unfortunately, there's never enough time on this program. But I want to thank you so much, Dr. Charles Omole, for giving us this. Thank you.
Okay. Buhari can never, I will never have followers. Who will want to follow Buhari's evil and criminal ways? Nobody in his right senses will want to do that. I repeat, nobody will want to do that. Buhari was never a leader. I was still little in Kaduna, in Angwan Seriki, Kaduna, to be precise, when Buhari was the president of this country. We knew how his leadership was. His leadership was a disaster. His leadership was a monumental failure. Gari and milk was a high commodity in this country. It was so precious like gold. And then when he came as a civilian president, he replicated what he did, but this time around, he amplified it. Who, in his right senses, will want to be a Buhari's or build on Buhari's legacy? What legacy did Buhari leave behind? Legacy of corruption, legacy of building thieves like Malami and the rest. Legacy of allowing his brothers maraud around the whole country, moving from state to state, local government to local government, killing our brothers and our sisters. Went to Kwara, kill people in Kwara. Went to Benue, kill people there. Went to Nasarawa, kill people. Isn't that Buhari's legacy? What positive legacy is he leaving behind? If all the ministers under Buhari are pro today, I'm telling you, they will definitely find some incriminating thing on them. We must definitely find incriminating thing on them. But the impunity was something else. The one that pricks my heart and gets that I was so angry was disobedience to court orders. That was the worst, because the moment the federal government start disobeying court orders, that is the end of democracy. Because democracy is not federal government. Because if you allow federal government to do whatever they want to do, they are ready to eat and eat everything without doing anything. But because the judiciary and the National Assembly is there to checkmate them, so they sit up. If the National Assembly and the judiciary is no longer in existence, it means what we have is autocracy. But today, APC under Bola Tinubu has bought the judiciary. APC under Bola Tinubu's government has bought over the National Assembly. We no longer have democracy in Nigeria today. What we have is autocratic democracy. That's what we have today. Despite the fact that a tax law was forged by President Tinubu, what is National Assembly doing about it? They only say we are going to re-gazette it, and it ends there without any consequences. Without any consequences. It means we no longer have democracy in Nigeria. And the world should know that we are not practicing democracy in Nigeria. And that is the truth, my people. That is the truth. We must say the truth, even if it is bitter. APC is a disaster, and APC must go. APC must go as a party. Let's watch this video.
Perhaps what you ran away from easily here, what maybe you didn't capture or maybe I have not read, was how Buhari was comfortably able to allow people to run riots in their offices without. I mean, I've had minister on this program who said, in my years of serving Buhari, he never asked me a question about my role as a minister. That we didn't see much of here.
Well, two things. Number one, this book is not about policy, Buhari policies. It's about the man, Buhari. So, reference to policies is as it relates to his thinking about what he was thinking around that policy rather than the policy itself. Now, the thing is this: Buhari by nature he delegates. Once he delegates, he allows you to do the work. But the problem, what people don't understand, is that a lot of what he believed was going on was curated by people around him. I mean, for example, there are things I actually did not include in the book that I felt were probably too hot to put in the book.
Like what? The subject matter, without having to state the details if they are difficult to say.
For example, one of the things about Buhari is that he loved reading newspapers. Everybody knows that, right from, the early days. He was a newspaper man. And there were reports that the cabal went to the extent of curating his own newspaper for him.
A version of the newspaper.
Yes, that would plant stories they want him to read.
And and perhaps, there are those who even say that this happened to not only President Buhari, that in fact it may be happening to the present president, that he may not be seeing the actual news and he may not be reading the actual newspaper, and that leaders in that form and shape and height get to the point of being fed with whatever those who are around him and managing them wanted.
That is true. The challenge, of course, with someone like Buhari is there's one overarching cabal.
Perhaps what you ran away from easily here, what maybe you didn't capture or maybe I have not read.
Talks around the president, the principal private secretary, the AO, the CSO, those ones that control access, those ones, that they form their own cabal. And then the fifth cabal, which the president head himself, actually are what I call the geriatrics. There are quite a few old people that have influence on the
that he listens to.
That he listens to. So
some of them, I understand, some of them are even complaining that I've not seen him in a long time. They are not allowing us to see him.
No, what you see there is a conflict of cabal. Part of the danger of having multiple cabals like that is decision making is slow. That's a problem generally with old people generally. For those of us who have old people in the family, the first person to report tends to be the innocent party. So that's what
Buhari's government was marked by cabals, and Tinubu's government, Tinubu is doing a good job anyway, controlling his own cabals. And Tinubu's government, the cabals are Nyesom Wike, Bajabia Miller, and the rest of them. And Tinubu himself is a cabal himself. He is a cabal himself. So, let's go back to the headlines. Let's go back to the headlines. Right. This is from Vanguard. Bail withdrawal. What goes around comes around, Kano's lawyer tells Malami. Bail withdrawal. What goes around comes around, Kano's lawyer tells Malami. Dr. Aloy Ejimako, legal consultant to the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has reacted sharply to the revocation of bail granted to former Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation. He was doing it in Nnamdi Kanu, forgetting that his own time was coming. And his own time was coming. So today, his own time has come. Okay, I still want to take us back to this People's Gazette. National Assembly confirms Bola Tinubu forged new tax law. Begins immediate re-gazette of original bill passed by lawmakers. You can see what Tinubu government can do when it comes to forgery of documents. They are very, very good at doing it. I also want to draw attention to another news here from Sahara Reporters, exclusive from Sahara Reporters. Lagos State government paid Tinubu-linked Alpha Beta firm 213 billion naira commission in last 2 years, say sources. I am keeping these two headlines. I've screenshot it. I have kept it somewhere very safe because we are going to bring it out maybe in the next 2 years when Tinubu is out. We are going to bring it out so that the world and Nigerians will know what we were talking about. What we were talking about Tinubu, his goal, agenda, and how to loot Nigeria, his plans on how to loot Nigerians, which he has already started doing 2 years ago. Time runs very fast. Now, 2 years is gone. We are already in his third year. See, time waits for nobody. That's how life is. And I'm assuring you guys, both my haters and the ones that love me, Tinubu's Lagos boys will go to jail. Because the looting under this government is massive. It's massive. And they are doing it with so much confidence that nothing will happen. That nothing will happen. And that is the truth. Okay. Let me play this video for us. Let's watch this video.
Mr. Lopasa, since President Tinubu came in, the economy has tanked. It's at an all-time low as we speak.
It has not.
Let me finish my question. Mr. Lopasa, let me finish my question.
You are a liar.
Mr. Lopasa, moderate yourself. All right? Moderate yourself.
Do you know what you are doing?
Good.
Listen to me. You're not
Secondly,
do you know what you are doing?
Since President Tinubu came in, the economy has tanked.
You are pretending to be a journalist.
That's one.
Is that Bola Tinubu's fault? Don't you know why Naira tanked?
I'm still asking my question. Secondly,
Naira
it's been an
because of your friends. I mean, I don't understand this Bola Tinubu of a man. He will just, I don't know what his game plan is. He's just, but he's wasting his time because we are the ones that put him in power. We know how our calculations, how we put him in power, and we are going to get him out of that power. That's for sure. He's wasting his time. Now, whatever he thinks he's doing, he forgets that just because of the hunger in the land, it is very easy to campaign against. Very easy to campaign against. And those of us who campaigned for him, a lot of us, we campaign against him. And we will get him out of that power. He is a one-term president. I assure you, Ruben Abati. Bola Tinubu is a one-term president. Thank you.
I want us to watch this video again. How many of us remember this man, or Lokmasa, when they were telling him, though he's late anyway, after giving this interview, it didn't take long, we heard he was dead. I don't know if APC hands is involved in his death. I don't know. I'm not accusing them. I'm only saying. This man was on Arise TV shouting at Rufai Oseni. That Rufai Oseni was anti-Tinubu. Rufai Oseni was telling him that the economy has collapsed under Tinubu. He said it's a lie and was arguing and calling Tinubu all sort of names. Only for him to come back again on that same Arise TV to say Tinubu has failed the people. Let's watch it
That will
again.
determine that it's not angry people like yourself taking a decision on that. Then let me ask you, what do you think of coalition politics?
But even at that, Ruben, a majority of Nigerians did not vote for him. We did the calculation. All we needed to do was to wait for Atiku and Peter Obi to split their votes. That's how we won. Since 1999, Bola Tinubu has had the lowest margin of votes.
God have mercy upon us.
Of all presidents, he had less than 40% of votes. We calculated it. We worked at campaign council. Go and check the records. So there's nothing I don't know about how Bola Tinubu won. Let's see how we win in 2027.
Yeah, but Tinubu got 62%. He got 62% of the votes from northern Nigeria. Let's leave statistics. What do you think?
All right. That's Olokbasa, who was on Arise TV in 2023, calling Rufai all sort of names on the live TV, arguing because APC, they don't know how to argue responsibly because they know they have failed. Whenever you engage them in a conversation, they will attack you aggressively to suppress you. That has been their style. That has been their style. We know them very well. We have engaged them. We know them. I will know what they're capable of doing. They don't have anything to tell you when you engage them. So the only thing they resort at is aggressive. They become so aggressive and start raising their voices and shouting. That is what they are very good at doing. We know their pattern and we know what they are capable of doing. No wahala. We are waiting for them. They never see something. They haven't seen anything yet. We are fully ready for them. They thought they own this country. We are no longer Nigerians. They are the only ones that are Nigerians. I pity for them. Okay. Let's watch this guy's video.
70 to maybe 80% of what we spend time praying for in religious houses are issues that should be sorted by efficient government. True. You have no reason to be praying for light when your national grid is not working. Because Christ says you are the light of the world. The greatest manifestation of God's powers was in the creation of man. He said that the earth I have given to the sons of men, and he lives, in the heavenly places. So calling on God to fix what he created you to fix is irresponsibility. It is recklessness. So what prayer is building Russia? What prayer is building Ukraine? Ukraine has been fighting a war for almost 3 years, and guess what? Ukraine has been sending grains to African countries. Nigeria is not fighting a foreign adversary. Nigeria cannot feed itself. Every politician in Nigeria worships in a mosque or a church. We have more than 80 million Christians, 80 million Muslims. So who is committing the crimes in Nigeria? Who is doing the evil? There is something wrong with what we are professing and what we are practicing. There is a disconnect. And then when you come out as a religious leader and you are preaching and you say the Lord will you are protected with a pillar of cloud in the day and a pillar of fire at night. But you, daddy, you are using bulletproof SUV and number 4 mopo. So what you are doing is double factor authentication. If the pillar of cloud does not protect you.
Nigerians, what we are praying for, our prayer points will not work. Most of our prayer points will never ever work if the federal government, or since the federal government have decided that those things will not work, there's nothing you can do about it. You are praying for good road. How can the good road come when the federal government do not have the will to give you good road? You are praying for power, and the grid has collapsed severally, and they are not ready to upgrade the grid so they can have stable power. How do you think your prayers will work? There are things you don't waste your time praying for. When you travel abroad, white people don't pray for good road. They don't pray for electricity. They don't pray for all those things because they know the government will provide all those things for them. and the government has provided all those things for them. Their prayer is for salvation when they leave the earth. Where are they going to? That has been their prayer. But we over here, we are praying for how to build a house. We are praying how to buy a car. We are praying how to live a good life. We are praying for God to give us good government. God can never give us good leaders. We are the ones that can choose good leaders by ourselves. So we are to be blamed for bad leadership. We should be blaming ourselves for bad leadership. God's hands is not involved. God's hands is not involved in leadership. It is your responsibility and my responsibility to elect a good leader. It is not God's business. God has given us the ability. He created us in his own image and likeness, and he gave us so much power and gave us the free will to make or take our decisions. That is the reason why we can do bad thing and do good thing. And when we are doing bad thing, we know that what we are doing is bad. And when we are doing good thing, we also know that what we are doing is good because we have conscience. So God's hands is not involved in leadership. It is our responsibility to have leadership. But if you guys chose that what you want is bad leadership, then you continue to have a rotten system. If you continue to go from bad to worse, from worse to something bigger than worst. Since Jonathan left, what good thing can we point at that the APC has given to us, apart from pains and disgrace in the international community? What else can we point at? Absolutely nothing. Absolute nothing, my people. Okay, let's watch this video.
Thank you. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mr. Mohammed Idris, is leading this end-of-year media briefing to review the performance of the government for the outgoing year.
Work that President Bola...
The government is using the briefing to address some key state-of-the-nation issues and provide policy direction for the incoming year.
Our gross domestic product, that's GDP, grew by 3.98% in the third quarter of 2025, demonstrating resilient and sustained expansion in the non-oil sector. Significantly, headline inflation has now declined for 8 consecutive months to stand at 14.45% in November 2025. The journey of 2025 was one of reinforcing and strengthening the foundations of the Nigerian economy. The mission of 2026 is to raise the edifice of a secure, competitive, and prosperous Nigeria upon that.
On security, the minister announced a hardline shift, warning that the era of soft descriptions and impunity is over.
Any armed group that kidnaps our children, that attacks our farmers, that terrorizes our communities, is officially classified and will be dealt with as a terrorist organization, any individual or any group. This is the declaration that Mr. President has made. Now, the era of ambiguous nomenclature is over. If you terrorize our people, whether you are a group or you are an individual, you are a terrorist and you'll be classified as such. There is no any name hiding under this again.
The minister reaffirmed the administration's commitment to protecting national interest while positioning the country.
Okay. The fear of America is the beginning of wisdom in APC. The fear of America is the beginning of wisdom. May God bless America. May God bless Donald Trump for a job well done. Like I said from the beginning, or maybe from the beginning of this tree, I heard from a reliable source that Bello Turji has been fired from America's airstrike in Sokoto State. It's not yet confirmed. It's not yet confirmed. But then, I hope that news is true. And so many people will be arrested, including Sheikh Gumi. Gumi is a terrorist. Matawale is also not free. They must account for the debts they have cost Nigerians. They must account for the debt they have cost our brothers and sisters from the north, from the southwest, from the middle belt, from the east, from any region. Because we are one and the same people, despite the fact that we have our differences. We will never forget our differences. That I will continue to say. We are different people, but we are bound by one constitution, and we are bound by one name called Nigeria. Though we are not a nation, we are a country. But for me, I have love for everybody. As far as you are a human being and red blood flows through your vein, you are my brother and you are my sister. And your pain is my pain. That's why we will keep speaking for the benefit and for the good of you and the good of me. And we should also not forget that it is our responsibility to elect good leaders. God can never come down from heaven to give us good leaders. It is our duty. God has given us the ability. God has given us the power to choose the right people to lead us. And then, if we decide to bring in criminals and drug forgers and drug pushers and certificate forgers to lead us, then we have no reason to cry of whatever they chose to do with us. That is the simple truth, my people. We shouldn't run away or shy away from the truth. The truth shall set us free, and I stand for the truth. That's why my name is Mr. Truth9ja.
Building. Olawo láti ẹgbẹ́ bí wọn. Olawo nínú ó dẹ̀ kó pánù yẹn ní kíní ẹ̀ tí bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní land ó yà ọ́ fìyà náà. Bóyá. Sẹ́rí wọ́n sẹ́rí kìíní ń sàn lọ bí gbàngà náà ni sẹ́wárí kìíní kan wà fún bẹ gbẹ̀rẹ̀rẹ̀ yóò ta gbẹ̀rẹ̀ èmi sì sún ọkọ̀ lórí mi ò mọ̀ pé bá kò wọ́n o mo lè lórí mo ní yóò wọ́n o yóò tún wá sí gbẹ̀rẹ̀ lóòrù àná ìwé náà fún ìbòsùn lókè àgọ́ ní yàrá lè yàsẹ́ yàsẹ́ sún ọkọ̀ mo ní kìíní yóò wọ́n o. Sẹ́rí bí wàá ṣe wọ̀ rẹ̀. That's okay.
Kí ni yẹn rí ni o? Àwọn àmì ẹ̀ báwo? Chairman, wọ́n sáré gbé.
Speaker.
Omi tuntun.
Afternoon, sir.
Your full name?
My name is Makati Olayinka Comfort.
Will you please tell us what happened here? What really happened here?
It was around 10 o'clock yesterday night. I was sleeping in the house. Suddenly, I just heard the sound. Later, boom! And I stood up to check what is going on. But I kept the key to the door. I wasn't myself. I was looking for the key. I couldn't get the key to the door. I now call my son. Hello, are you close to the house? He said yes. And I asked him to come home right now. Something has happened in the house. Immediately, he came and opened the door. When he opened the door, I came out. But before that, people were so full in the compound, shouting, "Mommy, mommy, mommy." Maybe they thought something has happened to me, but I thank my God.
So when you came out and when people came out, what is it that really happened? I mean, is it a bomb? Is it what? What exactly is it?
I don't know exactly what happened. Something landed on the ground. So I can't even just describe it. It was this morning they came and picked the box. There was a small box like this. Then another, can I call it rings? Then pieces of iron something. So we were here. We don't allow anybody to enter so that they will not pick anything. It was this morning the chairman of our local government came with, maybe they said, bomb something. They were the one that packed the thing.
What exactly are the damages done to your house?
These are the damages.
Please explain.
The fence, the house, the two windows are the facing something. It got damaged. These are the things.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Please tell us what exactly happened here.
So, sometimes around 9:38 yesterday, we just have a distress call from this end that they just hear unwanted sound. And as the number one security person in our local government, I have to swing into action. Immediately, I rushed down here. When we got here, we saw the level of the destruction. And I called on my DPO. This is what I was told. He rushed to meet me here. From then and that time, we have started contacting different kind of security operatives. And thank God, this morning, the Commissioner of Police is here. The anti-bomb squad are here. The military people are here. The Navy people are here. The MOPO, all the security agencies around us, they are all here. And we thank God, at the end of the whole thing, there was no casualty. We only have some little homes and it has been taken care of. So we thank God for that. Okay. Precisely, we cannot say this is what that has happened. Though our security people are now on the situation, they are on top of the situation now. They are doing their investigation and examination. That is after their results, after their report. That is when we'll be able to say, okay, this is the exact thing that happens. But we only want to clear the air for our people and to the public that one, this is not a bomb explosion and it's not a plane crash. This is just an incident which we are now doing the investigation on, after which we will be able to give the public the exact thing that happened in Ofa local government. But we thank God today there was no casualty and the situation is under calm now. We thank God.
Okay, sorry, Chairman, just for people to really be at peace, it's not a bomb?
It's not a bomb.
So what exactly it is?
That is what we are trying to look at. Maybe the security people are saying maybe it could be a drone being tested by some, security people, because the level of insecurity we have in Kwara South has moved our governor to, to apply different kind of ways to attack the insecurities. So this could be one of the aspects that they are working on. And all these are our things. It is not that we import something from abroad and we will have an expert to operate it. We will operate it by ourselves. So it could be one of the malfunctioning or whatever during the process of driving, testing the drone that caused this one. So the comprehensive report will be out when our security agencies call on us and tell us that these are the things they have gathered and discovered during their investigation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any question?
No, so far.
All right. That was enough. We are still investigating that incident. We are still investigating. We don't know what actually happened there. But to my own investigation, I think it is, when some bombs are shot, they have triggers inside. I don't know the name they call it. They have some triggers inside. As they fly, then the trigger will shoot in mid-air, and what is shielding it will fall, and then the bomb proceeds until it gets to its destination. I think that is what happened. That's what happened there, and that is also what happened in Jeba, in Sokoto State. That is what I think happened. So, let's make progress. Let's watch this video.
Thank you so much for joining us live on Daybreak.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Now, the realities of the security situation seems unabating, and now the latest is the airstrike being described by the U.S. Africa Command as a precision strike, coming days after warning that there will be hell to pay if terrorists do not desist from the vicious killing of people in the country. Is this supposed to be a welcome development for Nigerians? And because the question of national sovereignty, protection of civilian populations are clearly outlined.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the airstrike came at the right time, and it's the right measure, and I commend the U.S. government for so doing, and I also appreciate the Nigerian government for making it very clear to Nigerians that this is something that was done in collaboration and in partnership. My only concern is to make sure that the target population are the ones that the strike will continue to be on. Because, and this is sending message to the community, sending message to the criminals, sending message to the complicit, sending message to the compromises. And it is now time for Nigeria to bring an end to these unnecessary killings happening in all parts of the country.
Now, some are apprehensive that any form of U.S. involvement within the country will worsen the current situation. Examples have been given of U.S. military intervention or involvement in other countries that have often ended in disaster. Do you share the sentiments?
Well, I quite disagree with that sentiment. I believe, based on the submission made by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and based on the outline, if those agreements are respected, I think Nigeria will have it as an opportunity, and Nigerians will find it as an opportunity for us to have a peaceful coexistence, national unity and development, so that huge amount of money being borrowed and being spent by our leaders will now be utilized in development projects and other things.
So now, as it is now, we spoke with our correspondent from Sokoto, and we asked him about the precision of the strike as boldly described by both the U.S. government and the Nigeria's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And he said that no casualty figure coming from both the population or the terrorists have been identified. So can you tell us the capacity of the U.S. to deliver on precision strike, mainly on the terrorists, without violation of the international law as it affects the primacy of the civilian population?
Well, the reality is yes and no. Sometimes it can happen, and many times there must be a collateral damage when you are trying to address issue. So definitely, as the activities of the terrorists also is not focusing only on the theater of those who might be responsible for what may be the reasons why they are carrying arms. Likewise, when a U.S. government is also responding, or even when Nigerian government is responding, definitely there will be a collateral damage here and there. So I don't expect it to be perfect always. But this is sending a message to three. One, to the group of religious criminals. Two, to the group of criminals conniving with religious and non-religious criminals, and also sending message to the connivance and saboteurs of the Nigeria's sovereignty and Nigeria's national development and growth.
So as a security expert, what immediate impact can we expect from these strikes on the operational capabilities of groups such as ISWAP, Boko Haram, bandits, and are airstrikes enough to dismantle these terrorist networks?
Well, some outline things might come off as a result of that. One, strengthening collaboration and partnership between ISWAP, ISWAP, Boko Haram, and all other religious militia. There will be a strengthening relationship. There will be a lot of meetings between on the bilateral and multilateral on how to strengthen the capacity of the issue of other violators within the country. That is one. Secondly, is sending the message to our leaders to sit up to their responsibility. And thirdly, is sending the message also to the criminals, especially in the northwestern part of the country, who are yet to be identified, or who are yet the Lakurawa, the Mahmouda, the kidnappers, and the rest of them, Ansaru, and so on and so forth, even though they may not have direct link, some of the kidnappers and bandits may not have a direct link on working on religious perspective. But because of the religious inclination, definitely the U.S. government and all others who might be supporting directly or indirectly in this cause will definitely address them in the same way. Yeah, it's sending the message to the culprits of economic sabotage, and then it is also sending message to the neighborhood of Nigeria in terms of strengthening bilateral relationship to ensure that moving forward there will be a more synchronized activities on bilateral bonding.
Well, apart from message, sorry for the follow-up, apart from just sending message, to what extent will their operational capabilities be degraded?
Well, it will really going to be very sensitive, and it is really going to be of great impact is to each and everyone, and definitely the result is going to be something that can be assessed in the next 3 months. We might not be able to make a simple assessment now, but we will look at the other things, the responses and the outcome of what might happen in the next 3 months.
Now let's try to establish a pattern with the U.S. Strike in some other climes like Yemen, Syria. We've seen Somalia rather, Iraq, Iran, and even in the Caribbean. Thank you very much. So when we look at this, how do you judge the? I still want to tender more on this precision, because our correspondent told us that there have not been any violence in Jabu community in Sokoto State. So the choice of what's brought about the choice of Jabu attack? One would have expected to hear strikes in areas like even Maiduguri, that was initially notorious for this attack coming from violent extremists, or areas like Zamfara, Niger State. So the choice of Jabu that has never really come under violent attack, what informs this?
Well, I think U.S. government is sending a message, but have missed the target. Probably there may be an intelligence generated in the wrong precision, in the wrong perception, in the wrong direction. The analysis, the geographical analysis using the Google Earth might have redirected those of us who have been using the Google Earth and any other materials, other tools that are being used in identifying and strategically targeting a location. Probably, you know, Jabo is more or less in another local government that have not really been violent.
Sorry, because I'm bringing this discussion on against the background of the attack on Iraq, in which they later found out that there was no weapon of mass destruction in the area. So could you elaborate further?
You know, like I always say, these attacks and the responses of the U.S. government might not be only directed to kind of weakening the system or the operations of the criminals, but it might have another interest, which it is working. But that interest may be economic, that interest may be political. So in making such insinuations, definitely U.S. government have a systematic strategies of dealing with things like what happened in Iraq, what happened in Syria, what happens in many other countries, even what is happening now in Ukraine. There are other interests of the U.S. government which might not be, which might be undermined and might not be really explicit and made very clear. So this might also be the something in line with its operations and strategic activities in fighting insurgency.
Yeah, but what happened in Iraq or Syria or even other countries in the Middle East, it's not exactly what is going on now with this so-called cooperation and structured strike with Nigeria. It seems totally different. Those ones were direct, heavy intervention that went on for years. What's your sense?
Well, even this one, as it started, you know, the issue of Boko Haram, bandits and other things started long ago. It didn't start just of recent. So U.S. government might have a strategic warfare, a strategic way of addressing the issue. The offensive activities might come much later.
Yeah, you said something that I find very poignant and quite instructive, and that's the possibility that the U.S. might have missed the target, missed its target. What implication does this have for an extremist group like the ISIS and the Boko Haram sects that have this extremist radical ideology, and they also have their own backings too from their own support system?
Well, this will definitely be a promotion of religious ideology and radicalism, and it will also strengthen the working relationship, the teaming up on providing required necessary support that might not be available in the hand of the ISIS and ISWAP and Boko Haram that are available in the country, that is in Nigerians airspace. So definitely the foreign partners, the other external forces that have been providing an enabling environment or enabling opportunity in terms of...
Okay. Point of correction. America hit their target and some terrorists were eliminated. I hear people crying and shouting, you don't know the game that is going on. Let me open our eyes to something that is playing behind the scene. Nigeria is being discussed in the international community table right now. Do you know what America is afraid of? Do you know what Israel is afraid of? If these terrorists get hold of our mineral resources, get hold of our crude oil, then Nigeria will become the sponsor of terrorists in Nigeria. You already know that some persons in the government are actually sponsoring these terrorists that are terrorizing this country. What these terrorists are trying to do, they are trying to carve out a part of Niger Republic, a part of Chad Republic, and a part of the northern Nigeria to form their own, to form their territory where they will operate from. It is better for America to tackle these people than Israel to come, because America will stop when the people say we have had enough, but Israel will not stop. Israel is interested in coming into Nigeria, and they don't hear no. They don't hear it's enough. Do you think it's a coincidence that Netanyahu, the prime minister or the president of Israel, spoke? Then there was a strike. You think it's a coincidence? You think they don't know what is going on? Their eyes are on Nigeria, because Nigeria is becoming a breeding center for terrorists. That is the reason why America has to act, because when they bring these terrorists, they are against Christians. You can see what Muslims are doing. Muslims will come to your place and want to force their own ideology on you, and when you force, they will buy you. Isn't that what Muslims are doing? That is what they are trying to do in UK today. And I wonder what UK government is still waiting. Instead of chasing them away from their country, they are still allowing Muslims to come in. May God bless Donald Trump. This Islamic ideology must end. We have had enough of it. I remember when one useless politician in the north said that the crude oil in the South region, that they own it, that is their own, that the crude oil is flowing from the north down south. And I said, you see how foolish these northerners think sometimes. It's so shameful the way they think, or what they think. It's so shameful the way they think, my people. So disgraceful that they think they own this country and they own us in this country. It's so funny. Okay, let's watch this video. What these people think. Okay. Let's watch this.
Right, we have Ferdinand Doduroha, Arise Chief impact it seems to have had, and how the people have reacted to the strikes.
All right, thank you so much, Ngozi. Well, we got in here, some hours ago, and of course, immediately we rushed to some of the sites. We're talking about the attacks. It did take place in two local governments in Sokoto State. We're talking about Tambowal and then Tangaza. Well, that which took place in Tambowal happened in Jabo, which we quickly rushed there, and of course, we saw for ourselves. Well, the good thing is that there was no casualty as regards the striker in Tamboa. Well, let's rewind and then let's indeed talk about those places. Now, from what we have gathered, well, the strikes were actually targeted at hideouts and trans routes. Now, for hideouts, well, they say, well, Tamboa, somewhere that, according to intelligence, they say is somewhat a hideout for some of these elements, and often, although there aren't attacks very often, but then you have talked about the level of intelligence that has gone into this. Well, earlier in the day, well, the Nigerian government did confirm, and of course the defense headquarters did confirm that they did work with the United States on this. And so you want to talk about targets being acquired and of course locked in, and before the strikes were made. And for that which concerns Tangaza, well, yes, they say it is a known route. It is a known trans route from Nigeria to Niger. And so it is a place where severally they've seen attacks. And of course, severally residents have confirmed to seeing gunmen use those routes. And so that's exactly the reason why those two routes were chosen. And we know definitely, like President Trump said, that this is just the beginning. And he says, well, if it doesn't stop, they will continue. And for now, well, let's wait to see what has happened in Tangaza. Well, for Tangaza, well, we've not been able to get in there, and indeed, it's indeed quite farther from where we are. And, you know, we've not really heard much in terms of casualties. But we can't confirm that there were casualties in Tangaza. But for that which happened in Tamboa, well, it was just a strike at a place where, you know, which was actually a farm from what we saw and what we can confirm.
Ferdinand, let me stay with you on the issue of casualties in the Jibo area, if I'm correct, in the Tambuwal area. Do we have an idea of the number of casualties, and are these collateral damage or people directly involved in terrorist activities in the area?
Well, thank you, Ngozi. Let's rewind again. I said for that which happened in Tamboa, there were no casualties. Well, it did strike, you know, a farm. And so quite early in the day, well, we saw some visuals, of some of the residents hurrying to the scene. And of course, they were able to get out some of the debris. And by the time we got there, we couldn't find the debris anymore. But from what we saw, it was just a dredge that has been created. And so I can confirm to you there were no casualties in Tambawa. However, for Tangaza, which they say is a known trans route from Nigeria to Niger border, well, we hear that there were casualties. However, we haven't been there, and from our sources, we've not been able to put the numbers together. And so hopefully we expect that by the time we're getting there real time, we'll be able to see exactly what has happened, and hopefully speak with some of the residents there to give us their eyewitness accounts.
Now, before I let you go, have you been able to speak with security operatives? What are they saying in terms of the impact and even the level of collaboration in this U.S. strike?
Oh, yes, I have. Well, first of all, communicated with some persons from the defense headquarters. And then beyond that, well, even when we came in, we communicated with some persons who indeed have spoken off record. And that's because they didn't get the, they didn't have the full clearance to indeed speak. But from what we gathered, yes, a whole lot went into it in terms of intelligence. The Nigerian authorities working with the United States authorities to ensure that they take a look at some of they take a look at some of the scenarios. Now, if you look back, you will see, like I've said, that these places, these targets were indeed locked in and, of course, struck. And so, for some reasons, we do not indeed know the exact reasons why these targets were picked, other than a hideout and then a trans route. However, you and I know that in terms of ungoverned spaces, there are several ungoverned spaces. In terms of red areas, there are several red areas in the countries. But why specifically, both institutions did select these places are what we have not been able to confirm. And obviously, well, we have to have a higher security clearance to get that information. But it is a very strong warning, whether there are casualties or not, that of course we see you, of course we have the ability to plan, and of course we have the missiles that can indeed carry out havoc.
Ferdinand Roha, Chief Correspondent for us there in Sokoto State. Thank you very much.
All right. There were casualties. You think America are fools? Using Tomahawk. You know how much one Tomahawk bomb will cost? They will now waste it. There were casualties, but it's been downplayed. It is a deliberate game. It is a deliberate game. They should be extremely careful Because if Israel gets involved, it will be disastrous. It will be disastrous. They don't hear, they don't do. We can't be in a country and some useless and smelly idiots who want to overrun all of us. Who are they? And they are being shielded by these northern leaders. They are being shielded and covered by these northern leaders. They want to eat their gold money and still come back and eat our crude oil money. They eat the gold money and the solid mineral and precious stone money alone. They eat that alone and think we from the south are foolish people. They are claiming it's not only Christians that are being killed. Why have these Muslims kept quiet all this while? Because the Muslims are enjoying being killed, so the Christians should also keep quiet and enjoy the killing. I'll be in my house. One dirty idiot will come to my house and slaughter me because I was born to be slaughtered in the hands of this stupid and useless Fulani Buhari's brother terrorist. Buhari was the one that gave them the power to do what they are doing. Thank you. Who posted that thing? Shielded by APC. They were shielded and sponsored by the APC. The question we should be asking today is, why did Donald Trump or America chose Sokoto State? That should be the question we should be asking. Now, flashback. The Sultan of Sokoto said or condemns Boko Haram crackdown. Sultan of Sokoto condemns Boko Haram crackdown. Why should the Sultan of Sokoto be condemning the cracking down of this terrorist if he is not one of them? Sokoto State is the headquarters of all the terrorists. That is where they assemble and spread to other states. That is where decisions are taken. That is why America chose that place. And they were quiet in that place. Good job, America. And more are coming. You guys should get there. You are joking with America. You think America is Nigeria that you play with. That was just a warning strike. More are coming. More are coming. You play with America, you are jokers. Look at the way these northern leaders are shouting and saying all sort of things. For your information, they didn't get approval from Nigerian government to strike. Nigeria's government is always trying to cover face. They only try to cover shame. Did you hear in America from Donald Trump's comment or press briefing that Nigeria gave him approval to do that? He said the United States. He didn't mention Nigeria. They are trying to cover face. Funny people. Sultan of Sokoto condemns Boko Haram crackdown. He is one of them. And that is the truth, my people.
Next year they will start paying tax. I told my fellow Christians, this tax we are the one to be paying it. But as far as Islamic people is concerned, they will never pay that tax. They are not be paying that tax. You see gold and minerals in the north. Is it benefiting the country? But the oil is for all of us. In the south side, we are Christian dominant. And Christians are deaf. We are blind. What is of the north is for the north. The gold, all the mineral resources that have been tapped in Zamfara Casino. Federal government doesn't benefit from it. But our oil, our tin mining.
The north are the most selfish and most greedy people I have ever come across in my entire life. They are mining crude oil, they are mining gold, sapphire, tourmaline, aquamarine, and so on and so forth. And they are eating the money alone and share our crude oil money. They think they are wise and smart. We are wiser now. Things are changing. Tinubu is a monumental failure. He's a certificate forger. He's a drug pusher. But then, I am happy with what Tinubu is doing. Tinubu is dealing with them. And they are not comfortable with it. They shouldn't be comfortable. And Buhari will be the last Fulani man that will rule this country. Hausas, the true Hausas to be given the opportunity to rule this country because they are being marginalized, just the way Igbos are also being marginalized today in this country. The true Hausas are being marginalized, and the true Hausas are good people. I have worked with them. I have had so many businesses with them. True Hausas can be trusted, but you can never trust a Fulani man. When the Fulani man tells you good morning, you should know that that good morning is good evening. Beware of Fulanis. They are terrorists. They are inborn terrorists. They are born terrorists. That's why Ghana is dealing with them. Look at the way Ghana soldiers and police were buying all their cattle in people's farms. We still have good Fulanis. So don't get me wrong. We still have a lot of Fulanis. I will still have a lot of Fulani Christians. I have met them. Good people. But this jihadi, these Muslim ones can never be trusted. Any Fulani that is a Muslim can never be trusted. And that is the truth, my people. They always want to dominate. They always want to take charge. They always want to take charge. Okay, let's watch this video.
Thank you very much. Obviously, this incident is a pointer to the fact that the country is failing in its constitutional obligation. The country is failing in its mandate to ensure that they protect lives and properties of the citizens. It is an indication that we have also lost our foreign policy framework in the country. We probably have an outdated foreign policy that we could not be able to engage globally. This attack, it further created misleading information that the country is in a war, in a religious war between the Muslim and Christians. And that is a very dangerous framing, which we all know as Nigerians, that is not the case. You will have a problem of criminals, terrorists, terrorizing Nigerians, irrespective of their religious, ethnic, geographical, and political affiliation. And what the government has failed over the years to do is to tackle this issue in a very systematic way. But you have seen that people who have been alleged to be sympathetic or to be sponsors of these terror groups, when even they were small, now they have even escalated, having their field day. Nobody is doing anything to them because of the political interest. Now, as long as you prioritize, personal interests above national interests, you will definitely land yourself in this situation that the foreigners will now have to come.
You keep saying the foreigners, but I don't know if you know that Nigeria collaborated with America on this strike. So what is it that you don't like? Is it because America's name is on the strike? Nigeria provided intelligence, you know. So what is it that you don't like?
My brother,
what's the meaning of the religious
my
conflict?
brother.
No, hang on. What's the meaning of religious? I don't see any religious conflict. I mean, are these not the terrorists that will want to be dead?
Wait.
Will want to be destroyed? What do you mean by religious conflicts in this? Awal?
Let's just be honest and straightforward. Nigerian government did not get any approval, or rather, American government does not get any approval for it to take any action in Nigeria. In fact, as a matter of fact, what Nigerian government has done is to do a saving pace. America did not need their permission to come and do what they intended to do.
No, Awal. There was a statement released by the Nigerian Foreign Affairs Ministry that said they provided the intelligence. So now that you are claiming that Nigeria did not provide the intelligence to America for this strike, do you have your empirical facts, Awal? That's just all I ask you. Show us facts that Nigerian government did not provide intelligence and they're just saving face. It's facts I want. Not sentiments. Show
I'm
us
saying
the facts.
that what I'm saying is that listen. What I am saying is that America does not need Nigerian approval to carry out their action. That's what I said, and I'm saying that it's all clear that the way and manner in which Trump had even made his pronouncement to carry out this action, there is no any discussion or dialogue. And
you're
if
still
they have,
having,
let them prove to
you're still
us.
having sentiment. Let me read, please, and let me interject here. Because we don't want misinformation, and some of this you are trying to spew because you've not given us the facts. Let me read the statement as released by the Nigerian authorities. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the statement signed by Memetimi Ebiene-Mefa, spokesperson, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He says, in line with established international practice and bilateral understanding, the cooperation includes exchange of intelligence and strategic cooperation. Nigerian Ministry confirms Nigerian authority remains engaged in structured security cooperation with international partners, including the United States, in addressing persistent threats, to Nigeria and all of that. And this has led to a precision hit on terrorist targets in Nigeria by airstrikes in the northwest. So they said it's based on the cooperation they have this. If you have a fact or fact contrary to this, I will present the fact. If you can't present the fact, I'll say what you're saying is conjecture.
Give
me your own facts, not conjecture. Give me facts. I'm a man of facts.
It's not conjecture. Listen to me. Why can't you also listen?
Go ahead.
Because you don't want me to talk. What I'm saying is that I stand on my position that Donald Trump does not need permission of Nigeria to do what he wants to do. He had already, made his pronouncement without discussing with Nigeria. And if there was any evidence that Nigeria had conversation with Donald Trump before he issued his ultimatum and before he carried out his action, let them show us to the public. It is a public matter. So I'm saying that, and I still stand on my opinion, that America, if they want to do any action, especially with this kind of situation that we have in Nigeria, they did not need to get approval of Nigeria. They would simply carry out their action, and they have done what they wanted to do.
That's conjecture. That's not facts.
I'm saying that
that's conjecture, not facts.
Conjecture. It's not a conjecture.
Conjecture,
it's not
different
a conjecture,
from facts.
my friend.
Over to you. Conjecture.
All right, Mr. Rafsanjani, thank you very much for joining us. Were you going to complete what you were saying?
You say, sorry?
Are you done? Were you going to complete what you were saying?
No, I wanted just to, because he's shorting me to say that this is conjecture when he knows himself the truth. You don't need to do painting. You don't need to do any panel beating on this matter. America, the way it is, the way they take this issue, they don't need approval of Nigeria to do what they want to do. When Trump was issuing his tweet, what is the truth? What is the fact on this matter? What fact are you looking for when he issued his tweet?
Okay. Mr. Rafsanjani, let's move away from that. So in terms of the way forward, if you were to give an alternative approach, what would be your recommendation?
Well, I think, like we said, over the years, in the last, if you look at it from Jonathan administration to Buhari administration to Tinubu administration, they have not actually prioritized security sector reforms in this country to deal decisively with these issues of insecurity in Nigeria. And we have been providing, evidences and facts to show that security sector corruption is a major the reason why we have gone where we have gone. And if you look at it now, even the country interest, or rather priority, in terms of security, is not really about dealing with this issue. Otherwise, there are some, things that you expected government to do. For example, even the president has given, order that policemen should be withdrawn from BIPs. I am telling you, go and see. They are still disregarding and disobeying president, directive. In Kano, the federal emir, go to his house, you will see about 20 policemen and several policemen cars till today. So that is to say that we are not even serious. Even when the president will give directive, nothing is going to be taken, because the whole thing is really not serious about dealing decisively with the issues of insecurity in this country. Artificial insecurity is being created just to further away political interest. Look, we have suggested to the government that do a proper security sector reforms so that there will be proper cooperation, coordination, collaboration, and partnership even among the security, agencies in Nigeria, and also stop the corruption in the security sector, and also ensure that people who violated the law, who commit atrocities, are actually arrested, prosecuted, and convicted, no matter how higher places they are. You have not been able to see that action taken. I am saying that if the country want to get out of this situation, to the extent that even a global terrorist, a global human rights violator is now joining to come and mock us because of the failure of our leaders to take the necessary action. I think the Benjamin Netanyahu, if you look at his mockery on this issue, this is somebody who has been killing and bombing Christians in Palestine, in Gaza. Churches and Christians have been killed by this guy. Let us say the truth. But this guy now had the courage to come and talk about killing Christians in Nigeria. I think we should let them. If you have the right leadership in the country, they should have responded to Netanyahu.
Okay,
if they know they are doing something to deal with the insecurity.
Rasfanjani. Now you were saying that President Trump doesn't need to work with the Nigerian government. Are you aware there were diplomatic moves after Trump made his statement in October 31 and in early November that he will come gun and blazing to save Christians in Nigeria from religious persecution? And that this cooperation that Hexet and the Nigerian government are both talking about is as a result of that diplomatic cooperation. 2, the war against terrorism. Are you aware also that globally, the call has been for cooperation and that the Nigerian government asked for help? That's number 1. Number 2, you are saying security sector reform, this and that. Even if Nigeria had done all that security sector reform, they moved from security architecture to another label and whatever, kinetic and non-kinetic. I think the reason for the kind of result you didn't want to, you were expecting and you didn't get, is because of the religious and ethnic political sentiments in Nigeria. If it was the Tinubu administration going to bomb Sokoto and other locations, do you know what Nigerians will be saying? They will say Tinubu is attacking the North. Finally, what do you recommend? What do you recommend as the way forward? Forget about all this security sector reform. We have passed that stage.
You have not passed that stage. The security sector reform is still necessary.
Okay, what do you recommend? What do you recommend in terms of action to deal with terrorism?
Okay. For example, now, even within the Tinubu administration government, there are some people that have been pointed out to be romancing with terrorists. Has Tinubu sacked that person or has asked him to step aside? That is one. Number 2, look, Ruben.
Who is the person? Who is the person? Who is the person or persons? Who are those persons in the Tinubu government?
You are a journalist. Go and investigate what Nigerians have been talking about. This is a
no. You are the one making the allegation. You are the one making the allegation. Prove your allegation.
I'm not scared. I'm not scared to say this because it's already in the public domain.
You must provide proof
that the Minister of State. Listen, the Minister of State. Listen, Ruben, if you want us to trash this matter, let us trash this matter. It's not about just roaching somebody or imposing a particular statement on somebody. We are in a serious problem. Who told you that if Tinubu bombed criminal, Muslim northerners will come and fight Tinubu? What kind of talk is this? Are Muslims not being killed and harassed every day by the same criminals? How can you say that? Look, we should stop this conversation. This conversation should change to actually issue about human life, not about ethnic or religious or geographical thing. We are human beings. Nigerians have the right to live. Nigerians have the right, to survive in their country. And you are saying that, if criminals are killing people, the president should not act because he will be accused of, killing so-called particular set of people. That's a failure if that is the case. So I'm saying that the president should not listen to anybody who, knows that the criminals, the terrorists are killing and bombing innocent Nigerians, irrespective of their religion or their tribe. If you are a leader, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is very clear. It has mandated you to take action, irrespective of whatever identity. So we should not be pushing this narrative. You are a progressive journalist. You have been my friend for a long time. I don't want this retrogressive statement that you are making. We should join hands to defeat criminals.
All right, Mr. Rafsanjani, you just said it yourself that irrespective of identity, what we are looking for is a solution. We need to go now, but I just want you one statement, irrespective of where it's coming from, if we have an opportunity to decimate and finally defeat.
All right. This young man said so many things that are right and some things that are wrong. Number one, America doesn't need the permission or approval of Nigerian government to attack terrorists, because America is the watchdog. America's job, America was empowered by the United Nations to deal with terrorists decisively. It is their right. They don't need any permission. Then, this government should be extremely careful. Tinubu's government should be extremely careful, because if Israel gets involved, all this drama or grammar they are speaking, that will be an end. I watched so many northerners, so many northern leaders crying like little babies that they are against America bombing Nigeria. The truth is, they haven't seen anything yet. That was just testing the microphone. You cannot continue to be in a country, exactly, Gumi family. You cannot continue to be in a country where a section of the country will harbor terrorists, feed them, clothe them to cause destruction. The monies that we're supposed to use in building our roads, building our schools, will be spent on security and we get no result out of it. Enough of the madness. Enough of the madness. Gumi is a terrorist. That is what I said, and that is what so many of my brothers and sisters have also said. He's a terrorist. You can imagine Gumi crying like a little baby that America are terrorists coming to kill another terrorist. That if Nigeria truly wants international community to kill terrorists, they should invite China, invite Iran, invite Pakistan. You can imagine how stupid that man is. Is Pakistan a country? Is Pakistan not a terrorist country? Who are those benefiting from the terrorism going on in the north? It's China. So the people that this useless Gumi is calling to come on. America is the best to handle the matter. And if you think America is not good enough, let America go, let Israel come. Then I will see if you have the mouth to speak that trash that is speaking. I wonder why Gumi is still working free in this country. Okay, let's watch the former governor of Sokoto State, Tambuwal. Let's watch what he has to say. Let's hear what he has to say.
And we're delighted to have joining us live from Kaduna State, former governor of that's Sokoto State, Senator Aminu Tambuwal. Thank you so much for joining us on Newsnight, and compliments of the season. Well, let me start by asking you first off, because you have reacted to the storming or striking or bombing of Sokoto State in Tambuwal, for that matter. you've asked the people to be calm and that you've been in talks with the authorities. What are you learning so far? First off, let me get your reaction to this strike in collaboration with Nigeria. And what is the outcome of your findings so far?
Thank you very much, Madam Ngozi, and compliment of the season. I did call for greater collaboration and support for the government of Nigeria and government at all levels some 6 days back. And only last night and through this morning, we woke up to have heard from various sources about these strikes. I issued a statement, as you have rightly said, calling for calm and support to security agencies as we all face these challenges. I have been very clear in my earlier statements and position that terrorism and terrorists are nobody's friends, and we must avoid giving it any political or religious connotation. The narrative should be about securing lives and properties of Nigerians and not any particular section or any religious belief. This is a collective war for Nigeria and by Nigerians and its friends. So this should be very clear. I have been in touch, as I did say, with the topmost of security forces in Nigeria. And the information I got was that the target was actually not Jabo in Tambo local government, but an enclave in Tangaza local government of Sokoto State, which of course is not part of my senatorial district. And I recollect that while serving as governor of Sokoto State, we have had issues of Lakurawa in the same sub-area of Sokoto, in particular Tangaza and Gudu, and to some extent Binji local government area of Sokoto State. And we carried out through in the joint operations with the Army, DSS, and other security forces, very effective and coordinated operation against Lakurawa, and they were pushed back, and not much was heard from them up until recently, in about last year or a year ago. So I am still maintaining my position on advising our constituents to remain calm and give maximum support and cooperation to the security agencies so that we possibly can get to the end of this menace.
It's interesting, I mean, when you say that you actually do have cause to believe that there are sleeper cells based on previous activities of Lakurawa in Sokoto State there, because many have been asking and wondering, why did the strike happen in Sokoto and not in Borno or Zamfara in the northeast? That's the, you know, eye of the storm as far as the activities of terrorists is concerned. But do you believe that the U.S. intervention, of course in collaboration with Nigerian military forces, can actually achieve the set objective to actually flush out these terrorists and restore peace?
Well, I will take that with some mixed reaction. If we go by the history of such operations as carried out by the U.S. in some parts of the world, I am very, very concerned. We must be very circumspect, and if the history is anything to go by, it has not been able to effectively achieve much in some of the areas that they carried out such collaborative efforts. However, it is important that we understand that this is not a religious war. This is not an ethnic war. This is about our country and securing our country. So help may come from unexpected quarters. What we need to do is to make sure that no hidden agenda is pursued in the pursuit of this fight against terrorism.
So would you agree then with Sheikh Gumi, the Islamic scholar, who has asked the federal government to halt any further cooperation with the U.S. Immediately, saying that, look, U.S. is not in a position really to intervene in security issues in Nigeria. He actually prefers countries like Turkey, Pakistan, and of course China, whom he says don't have their hands stained in blood. Do you agree with that? Should Nigeria withdraw this cooperation forthwith?
Well, Sheikh Gumi is entitled to his own opinion. I've said my own, that we should seek for help where we can get genuine help and without any undertone. And I don't think I need to go beyond that.
This collaboration between the United States and Nigeria, when it was first announced, of course, when Trump declared Nigeria a country of particular concern, and then all the drama that happened did, go on, and finally there seemed to be a situation where Nigeria and the U.S. were on the same page. But is this the complexion of collaboration that you are expecting between Nigeria and the United States in prosecuting this war against terrorism in Nigeria? Or do you have a different idea of how this should go?
I think it should be very comprehensive. Areas of concerns like Borno, Zamfara, Katsina, Kaduna, and a host of other parts of the country should be covered by this operation, so that the insinuation that a particular part of the country, particularly Sokoto, that has not been as widely reported, having such major security challenges as these other states, will not be kind of the narrative. So I believe that Nigerian government should seek greater collaboration with many more countries, including the U.S. and others that are willing to help and support in this fight. After all, it's a transnational issue. It's not just a local issue about Nigeria. All of this is all over the Sahel, from Mali to Cote d'Ivoire, from Mali to the Niger Republic to Burkina Faso, and many parts of the Sahel.
Right. And we'll have to say thank you very much for joining us and giving us your insights tonight on Newsnight.
All right. That is Tambua. He has spoken very well. We need more cooperation from countries like Israel. Israel needs to come. We need more cooperation. Since our federal government and our military have decided that they won't kill these people, not that they are more powerful than our military. Our military can deal with them within a couple of weeks. But most people in the military are brothers to these people. That is the reason why they can't fight their own brothers. And Tinubu is very smart in this game. Tinubu is building a new, what's it called, military training center in Ebonyi State, Abakaliki. My brother, you're welcome. He's building a new military training center in Abakaliki. A new military depot in Abakaliki. But that is what these Fulani people have used to recruit only their people in the military. If you go to the military today, how many Yorubas will you see holding offices or holding some certain positions? How many Igbos will you see? It's only them. Because the major recruiting center is in their area, their region. So they're taking good advantage of it. Tambua have spoken very well. We need more cooperation. The people that will deal with these people decisively, because America will have some pity, but Israel will not have pity, and they are discussing. Nigerian matter is on their decks already. If you know how much these people have made from the north, you'll be shocked. Trillions that they have made. Money in the hands of dirty-looking people. We, the hard-working citizens of Nigeria, can't even afford to eat 1 square meal a day. What a country. The question still remains, why Sokoto? The reason why America decided to start with Sokoto is because Sokoto is the seat of power of these terrorists. That is where they decide how many Christians that will be killed and how many innocent Muslims that will be killed. We should speak the truth. Muslims are also being killed. They are also being killed just the way they are killing Christians. But why I'm annoyed with these Muslims that are being killed is that they are being killed, yet they kept quiet because they are enjoying it. Or maybe because they are being deceived by their Quran, that when they die, they will go to heaven and God will give them 72 virgins. You can imagine somebody who suffer on earth and think he will go to heaven and enjoy. If you are a poor man on earth, you'll be a poor man in heaven. If you are a rich man on earth, you'll be a rich man in heaven. That is my own philosophy. You should do everything positive legally to become rich in this country. Else, when you die, you will go to hellfire and you'll be a poor man in hell. Have this at the back of your mind. Have this at the back of your mind. If you are a Christian, read the book of Lazarus. Read the book. Read the book. Read the story of Lazarus, not the book of Lazarus, the story of Lazarus in heaven. And then you understand what I'm talking about. You understand what I'm talking about. If you are a poor man on earth, you'll be a poor man in heaven. That is the truth. No 72 virgins for anybody. If you are buying other people and allowing yourself to be pied as a Muslim and thinking that you'll go to heaven and enjoy 72 virgins, those virgins you are going to heaven to enjoy, how many virgin male will they also be enjoying? Ask yourself that question. Just deceive yourselves. The reason why Sokoto is the first target is because Sokoto is where the decisions are taken. For so many years, the crying of Christians in Plateau State, the crying of Christians in Kaduna State, the crying of Christians in Benue State was all being decided in Sokoto State. And that is the truth, my people. That is the truth. I stand for the truth. No sugarcoating, my people. This life, we all die once. We all die but once. Should I die as a coward? I will not die as a coward. And that is the truth. Sultan of Sokoto condemns Boko Haram crackdown. That was in 2011. Why was he against the crackdown of Boko Haram members if he was not one of them? That is the question we should be asking ourselves. You think America are foolish? America says Sultan publicly accused Sultan, accused Miyetti Allah. You think Americans are fools? America have all the information that we as Nigerians don't even have. What is happening at your backyard now that you don't even know? America are aware of it. You think America is only working with Google Earth? Then you are a joker. They have a satellite that captures images in real time. We in Nigeria also have satellites that have the capacity to cover to gather images and information in real time. but they hand it over to terrorists to control. We have NICOMSAT. What is the job of NICOMSAT? A terrorist sympathizer was given NICOMSAT to handle. Patami, who was the Minister of Communication. What did he do with NICOMSAT? Nothing, my people. Who is deceiving who in this country? May God bless Trump. Thank God for Trump. Thank you for posting that comment. May God bless you too.
We are under pressure to fight government that has helicopters, is bombarding us. So you remove the pressure, the need for the money is there. When you go there, you don't see any luxurious life.
I want us to listen to this man. Government bombarding us. That is Sheikh Gumi talking. He said government bombarding us. So he knows, he himself knows that he's a terrorist. And this is a confirmation that Sheikh Gumi is a terrorist. Let's listen to him.
We are under pressure to fight government that has helicopters, is bombarding us. So you remove the pressure, the need for the money is there. When you go,
government that have helicopters and has been bombarding us. Don't forget what he just said now. Bombarding us. Who are the us? This same Sheikh Gumi said that the Boko Haram and the Fulani terrorists are their brothers, and they should be protected because they are fighting a good fight. This same Sheikh Gumi, and he's still working free. If Nigeria is truly a country, or if Nigeria truly a nation, will this man still be working free? He would have been hanged already. Let's listen to him.
There you don't see any luxurious life. You don't see any luxurious life at all. They are living in huts. They have nothing. They drink sometimes from the stream.
The question now is, are they the only one living in huts? Go to Beirut and see people living in huts. Are they the only ones living in huts? Why are Benue people not attacking people as well? Are we the reason why they are living in huts? Is Nigerians the cause or the reason why they are living in huts? Or is Nigerians the reason why they chose to be moving from farm to farm, destroying people's property and killing people and taking over their lands and communities? This man is a very stupid and useless man.
So I don't think we can say that they are used to a luxurious life that they won't live it. Actually, they don't even know it with all the money they get.
Sheikh, like you said, they are under pressure. Government is bombarding them, and according to what you say, they are saying that it looks like they're under attack. So maybe they're acquiring weapons to protect themselves. But then again, if the pressure is that much, why don't they renounce banditry? And are they also considering the lives of those that they are also taking, and the lives of people that they are also making, unlivable?
Okay, you see, if they leave banditry, they will have source of financing their war machine. The question you ask, why are they fighting them? You see, the herdsman has gone through a lot of hardship. No government has really actually sat down to see into their plight, to modernize them, to even spend anything. Not one kobo of our Nigerian budget goes to them. And now they feel we are under pressure to fight government.
You can imagine what this fool is saying. You can imagine what this fool is saying. That they cannot stop. That is where they are feeding from. So because they are feeding from kidnapping, they should continue. If Tinubu government do not arrest this man, then Tinubu himself is a terrorist. If Tinubu still allow this man to continue to walk and talk, then Tinubu himself is a bandit and a terrorist. He should better do the needful and pick this man up. Enough of this man's nonsense. This man has proven time and time again that he is a terrorist, yet the government is doing nothing about it. If it was an Igbo man by now, the whole place would have been scattered and destroyed. What kind of country is this? What kind of country is this, my people? Very useless government. You see people that are causing the problem, you are still romancing and giving them because you want them to help you secure your second term. What kind of government is this? May God continue to bless America. Let's listen or watch this video. Let's watch this video and see what the international community are talking or saying.
Near daily surveillance flights over the region. U.S. President Trump announced the strikes on his social media feed, saying the U.S. hit terrorists who had viciously killed primarily innocent Christians. Nigeria's foreign ministry confirmed the strikes, adding it was cooperating with the U.S. Reaction on the streets, mixed.
My fear now is that there's going to be a very big revenge from these terrorists because of what has happened.
For me, it's a welcome development. I mean, for quite some time now, we've had attacks, civilians, attacks on property, kidnappings all over the country, and the government doesn't seem to have the capacity to deal with it.
I'm not in support of what America has done, because it will hurt our country, Nigeria.
And I support Donald Trump so that we come to Nigeria and help us.
Last month, Trump foreshadowed the strikes on Nigerian terror targets with the aim of saving Christians.
If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians.
An array of jihadist groups have waged an insurgency in Nigeria's north since 2009. Analysts point out the victims are mostly Muslim. The government said it welcomed the Christmas Day support, though, and civilians in favor see a benefit for all from short-term U.S. intervention.
Well, for more on this now, we're joined by Juma Ayandele from New York University's Center for Global Affairs. She joins us from New York. Juma, President Trump is stressing that the military action is meant to protect Nigerian Christians, but Nigerian authorities have stressed time and again that the deadly violence is affecting both Christian and Muslim communities. What do you make of Trump's explanation for U.S. military intervention in Nigeria?
Yes, thank you again for having me on your segment. For the most part, what the Nigerian government is signaling here is very important. Washington's role, especially on the ground, is being framed as a counterterrorism support, not necessarily unilateral intervention. So with the statements that Minister Yusuf Tuga said today, this was a joint operation with Nigeria providing intelligence and the U.S. offering precision air support. And that distinction is very, very important, and it matters because it speaks directly to what is at stake with Nigeria's sovereignty. As you have said, the narrative of this is a religious war is overly simplistic and frankly might be misleading. And this also risks simplifying what is going on and the counterterrorism support that Washington can possibly provide the Nigerian government.
Okay, well, if we were to dismiss the religious conflict argument, that narrative you mentioned, why would the U.S. be intervening in Nigeria?
Nigeria remains a very strategic partner in West Africa. It is a hegemon. It is also surrounded by Sahelian states that are being affected by jihadist groups such as ISIS, as well as Al-Qaeda affiliated groups. And if you do have the support of Nigeria, you have mostly the support of 54 African countries. So it is an important partner when we think about U.S. trade, when we think about the role that it plays regionally, when we think about the role it plays internationally. And if this partnership is successful, then it has regional interventions and implications for not just West Africa, but counterterrorism in Africa as a whole.
Now, Nigeria's foreign minister has signaled that there might be more strikes to come. Do you expect the U.S. to continue its intervention against terrorist networks in Nigeria?
Yes, I think it's going to depend on how Washington assesses the evolving threat environment. And I would also say whether Nigeria requires continued support from the U.S. With both statements from both countries, this has not been described as a one-off intervention or campaign, but it's not also being framed by both administrations as being open-ended. So I believe what we are likely to see is selective intelligence-driven cooperation between both countries, not necessarily U.S. kinetic engagement. government. So Nigeria, from what I've heard and from the people that I have spoken to, wants flexibility, especially when it comes to high-end capabilities when necessary, but they also want to maintain their operational control. So any future strikes would follow this model that we have seen as at yesterday.
So, Jim, do you think this kind of international intervention then will improve the security situation in Nigeria moving forward?
That's a challenging one, because we do know that international intervention can be tactically effective, especially in the short term. So when we see precision attacks that happened last night, we can see how it can disrupt leadership of ISIS-affiliated groups or Al-Qaeda-affiliated groups, can degrade their capabilities and can even buy the military time. But for the most part, with what we have seen with counterterrorism efforts, we know that these are not solutions on their own. When we think about long-term security in Nigeria, it's going to depend on local governance, state presence, economic opportunities, and really rebuilding that trust between civilians and security forces. Without any of this, I do believe that the military gains might be in vain and won't hold, and external partners like the US can support, but ultimately stability has to be built within from Nigeria.
Juma, thank you very much for your insights there. That was Juma Ayandele from New York University, an Africa security policy analyst. And I asked Awal Musa Rafsanjani, head of the Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center in Abuja, what he makes of the U.S. carrying out strikes inside Nigeria.
Well, I think Nigerians are frustrated that in the last 15 years, lives and lives have not been taken serious. The protection of lives of Nigerians has been like more of a joke, and Nigerians are tired and frustrated. Every day they wake up to hear hundreds of people being killed, properties destroyed, and the people that are perpetrating these atrocities are going around doing their own thing without any effort from government to deal with them decisively. Of recent, they are on social media having even live chats, and government is not able to trace them. Government is not able to arrest them, and that's really, frustrated many Nigerians, and they are welcoming any intervention that may help deal with this. But the issue is that whether this foreign intervention is going to really help to deal decisively with this insecurity in Nigeria is what many people are not sure of. And this is just to show how government has actually failed the citizens, to the extent that citizens are now looking into the years to come. I think for me, Nigerian government should admit that it has failed.
What do you think, though? Because the Trump administration says more strikes could follow. This may not be just a one-off thing. Do you think this could actually help end the violence in Nigeria's north moving forward?
Well, I think if the U.S. could target the real terrorists, the real criminals, I think Nigerians will be happy, because there has been some insinuation in some quarters that government deliberately is not going after these killers. But if the American government will truly go after the real terrorists, the real people who are not necessarily even in where they went now, they didn't go to Sambisa, they didn't go to Lake Chad, and they didn't come to where, these criminals are kidnapping people for ransom. If they have targeted those places on the first attack, I think Nigerians will have held this, action. But so far, we did not see that evidence.
So there's potential there for helping, perhaps. But I want to ask you about the religious context that the U.S. president is putting this in. Donald Trump says that the terror cells that were targeted in these strikes have been responsible for killing primarily innocent Christians, as he put it. Is that the root cause for the ongoing unrest in the regions, religious tensions?
I believe that even Donald Trump knows that is not real. That's not the real issue, because several American officials, they have came to Nigeria, in the last 10 years to, look at religious freedom and to see whether there's any persecution of, religious identity. I don't think they have found anything like what Trump is talking about now. But I think maybe perhaps Trump wanted to have an entry point to do what he's doing now. It's very dangerous to frame this intervention only on the basis of religious intervention, particularly, towards the Christians. Because in Nigeria, terrorists bomb markets, they bomb schools, they bomb, everywhere where you have mixture of both Muslim and Christians there. So how do you now insist that it is only, one particular religious identity that is the victim, and that your help is not about humanity, it's about only saving a particular identity?
And that was Awa Musa Rafsanjani, Executive Director of Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center in Abuja, talking to us a little earlier.
For more, I'm joined by DW Lagos Bureau Chief Amaka Okoye. Amaka, President Trump has described this military action as an effort to protect Nigerian Christians. How are Nigerians reacting to this American claim?
Melissa, I think that's a very interesting question that you've asked there. Across boards, there are different reactions. But I would say that Trump has more fans now in Nigeria, especially after the strike. A lot of people are saying, oh, this is a welcome development. Even when we listened to radio today, call-ins, different people calling in and saying, oh, yes, at least we have seen some sort of action after all. But of course, the Nigerian government is clear in saying, this is not anything to do with religion. This is trying to take away, the bandits, the terrorists who have been, attacking Christians, Muslims across board. So yes, Nigerians are saying, this is a welcoming development. This is good news, but let's see what is going to happen, because at the back of that is also the fear that the way that Trump is framing it as a way to protect Christians, that this could potentially put Christians, in more dangers, especially those who are in the northern part, because this can even lead to a renewed religious tension because of the way that he has framed it. And I think that's why it's important, for the Nigerian government, as they have continued to say, that this is not an action against any group, religious group at all. This is the sole aim, the primary reason for this is to take away terrorists. Melissa.
I mean, you talk about the difficulty of the Nigerian government trying to reframe what's happening. How would you describe its cooperation with the United States going forward? What can we expect?
I mean, this is also what the foreign minister was talking about today, that there's a lot of collaboration already going on between America and Nigerian government. I mean, there's a trust deficit already amongst Nigerians against the government. And so a lot of people were saying, by the way, why was it not the Nigerian government that announced it first? It came first from the American government. So this is solely an American government's intervention. But the government, the Nigerian government, through the foreign minister, have reiterated that this is a collaboration, that just before the attack happened, he had spoken with America for 19 minutes, and after that, and gotten the go-ahead from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to say, this strike can happen. And before that happened, what we are expecting to see would be more collaboration. Maybe not just only from America, because the foreign minister did say that, Nigeria is now open to support from international communities, so long as it doesn't undermine its sovereignty and its territorial integrity. So it could be France, it could be, Israel. We heard Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel also talking about the strike. So potentially there's going to be more collaborations as far as, taking away terrorists from Nigeria is concerned. Melissa.
Very quickly, what could the consequences of a military action like this be if terrorists are able to regroup?
Yeah, so it could go two ways. First is that maybe if, with this joint action, military joint action, if Nigeria continues this sustained attacks, then there's, possibility that these terrorists will be wiped out, or there will be significant reduction of their activities, a disruption of their activities.
All right. Is there Christian killings in Nigeria? The answer is yes. Whenever there's an issue, let me give you an instance, the way these northerners think sometimes. Something will be happening in Iran. Maybe America is bombarding Iran. The North will be protesting. Is it your country? France. Let's go back to history, my brothers and sisters. And Igbos are the most killed in the North when it comes to religious matters. That is the truth. During the France beauty pageant, what was Nigeria's business in that? During the defaming of Muhammad, I don't want to call him a prophet because his life was a life of stupidity. His life was a life of lies. He was a pedophile. He was everything bad. His death was even the most stupid death that a true warrior should even die. He died of what? Poison. And they are calling him prophet. Prophet of doom. The defaming of Prophet Muhammad's image or picture. I think it's in Europe. Who received the punishment? Igbos and other Yorubas, Christians in the north, were massacred. Beauty pageant in France, Christians were massacred. Something they have no business, something that happened in a foreign country. The Nigerian northerners will take it on their head and use this as an opportunity to loot Igbo's properties and shops and kill. That is their ideology. So, is Christian genocide going on in Nigeria? The answer is capital yes. Are Muslims being killed? Are Muslims being killed as well? The answer is also capital yes. That is the truth. But why I am angry with this modern Muslim is, why are they not protesting against the Muslims being killed in the north? But if it is the famine of Muhammad in UK or France, they'll be protesting and start crying people here. They'll start protesting and crying innocent Christians here. But they are crying their own people. They refuse to speak and protest against it. Is that not stupidity? It took people like us to write and complain and beg for America to intervene. And today they want to speak nonsense. You never see anything. After buying all the terrorist politicians that are sponsoring these people will also go in for it. Both those that are negotiating for these terrorists, but it is a business for them. They will also be dealt with. Hand go touch all of them. Let's take for instance, Shegumi have been negotiating. Shegumi's boy is currently under EFCC custody for receiving how many million from negotiation? His own portion of the money, I can't remember the exact amount, but approximately 50 million on that particular deal only. Then let's talk about how much he has been collecting. Then let's talk about his own boss, Shegumi. How much do you think Shegumi has been making from this terrorism that has been going on? It is a business for Shegumi and his family. It is a business for them. I don't know the reason why Nigeria will still keep these people. Allow these people to roam free in the streets. Allow these people to roam free in our streets. And when one of the man says anything, action immediately. Useless people. If Tinubu did not arrest Shegumi, then Tinubu himself is a terrorist. For now, he's not a terrorist. But if Tinubu did not give orders to arrest Shegumi, sack Matawale, we are preparing a campaign against him. He should get ready for us. Shegumi must be arrested. Matawale must be sacked and arrested as well. Because they are all terrorist sponsors. That is the truth. I am not preaching hate. I love everybody. As far as you are a Nigerian, as far as you are an African and a Nigerian, I love you. You are my brother, you are my sister. But we must speak the truth. Because it's only the truth that can set us free. And that is the truth, my people.
President Trump announcing the U.S. military carried out a deadly strike against ISIS terrorists in northwest Nigeria in retaliation for killing Christians in that region. President Trump wrote on Truth Social, quote, "I've previously warned these terrorists that if they do not stop the slaughtering of Christians, they will be held to pay, and tonight there was." This comes as growing concerns mount over an ISIS resurgence following the deadly anti-Semitic terror attack that left 15 dead at Bondi Beach earlier this month in Australia. I want to bring in Florida Congresswoman Kat Kamek. Congresswoman, your reaction to these new strikes in Nigeria. The president had warned the Nigerian government ahead of time, and apparently that government agreed that these strikes were the best move. But do you worry about further military actions in Africa?
Well, good to see you and Merry Christmas. You know, I of course, am always concerned about increased escalation, no matter where this is taking place in the world. And of course, Africa, as we have seen, has been a hotbed for increased radicalism and extremism. And so I think this was a shot across the bow that hopefully they will take heed to. But if they don't, I do think that Congress needs to take the step of declaring, or at least taking the vote to declare, because we don't want to see more unilateral action out of the administration, whether it's Republican or Democrat. That is an Article 1 authority. And so I would love to see Congress more engaged in this type of activity moving forward.
Well, obviously, we're going to be watching military actions, not just in Africa, but also in Venezuela, Congresswoman. But I want to get your reaction to what's happening here at home and in Washington, because we've got the threat of another government shutdown. Congress left for the holidays, no progress on a bill to fund the government. The deadline is January 30th, as you know. You've got one of your colleagues, Texas Democrat Jasmine Crockett, predicting that lawmakers are going to fail to pass any bills before that deadline. Listen to her.
I personally believe that we're headed towards a shutdown. Since we've reopened the government, we have not passed one of those 12 appropriations bills. We've not even voted on one of the 12 appropriations bills. Here it is. It's now technically 2 months later. Still nothing has been done. So I don't see how we are going to get to the point that we end up in a space in which we reopen the government. That the government does not shut down.
There's a lot of political risk, Congresswoman, on both sides for another shutdown by the end of January. Are we getting there?
America is promising there is hell to pay. He has warned the terrorists that there is more coming. And me, as a true Nigerian, as a son of the soil, I welcome America, and I want Israel to get involved, because Israel are the best to handle terrorism. As far as I'm concerned, they are the best. They should come in. They should come in. We want them to come in. We must have peace by fire, by force. Whether the government wants it or not, whether those in government that have chosen that will not have peace in this country, we must have peace in Nigeria. It is by force. The kingdom of God suffered violence, and the violence taken it by force. I'm not the one that said it. It is in the Bible. So we must take our freedom from these criminals, from these terrorist politicians, by force. And there's something I want to tell us. I want to remind us that God cannot come down from heaven and give us a good leadership. Having a good leadership, it is our responsibility as humans. God has given us the power and the ability to choose our own leaders. If we decide to choose a criminal, a drug pusher, a certificate forger as a leader, it is our own problem and not God's business. Because He has given us the free hands to take decisions. That's why we have something called conscience. We know what we do wrong, and we also know what we do right. It is not God's business to choose leaders for us. It is our business as the people of the country to choose our own leaders. Those of you that keep supporting criminals to continue to rule this country, it will not be well with you people. It will not be well with you. Those of you supporting this criminality going on in this country, because today we are not practicing democracy. What we are practicing is democratic autocracy, where the federal government takes all the decisions. Let me give you an example. Let me give us an example. I have said this before, I still want to repeat it again. Tinubu's tax fraud. Tinubu's tax fraud. He forged the tax law. When he shut that tax law on us, we started crying and shouting every day that we don't want it. We don't want it. We don't want it. People thought we were joking. Now, National Assembly has confirmed that Tinubu forged that tax law. And that is impeachable offense. But because we don't have National Assembly anymore, what will happen? They only want to regazette again and continue with the tax. That is the only thing they want to do. So let me repeat it. Let me show us again so we can see it. Tinubu forged our tax law. He's very good at forging practically everything. And that is the truth, my people. Okay. Let's go there. This is from People's Gazette. National Assembly confirms Bola Tinubu forged new tax law. Begins immediate gazette of original bill passed by lawmakers. This is the kind of leadership that some gullible people decided to impose on us. A leader that forges everything. A leader that forges everything forgeable. This is the kind of leadership that was imposed on us. We never voted for this person. The INEC and some other criminal elements chose and imposed him on us. National Assembly confirms Bola Tinubu forged new tax law. Begins immediate gazette of original bill passed by the lawmakers. Now let's check this story as well, so that we'll know where we are coming from. This is from Sahara Reporters. Exclusive. Lagos government paid Tinubu linked Alpha Beta firm 213 billion naira commission in last 2 years. This is what Tinubu is trying to replicate in the center, and we must resist it as true Nigerians. We must resist it. We must resist it.
My people, they ask you question. 10 years don't waka. The matter still they burn. We dey hear for streets, say trillions don't miss. Who go answer us? Who go talk truth? APC na thief. Now waiting people they talk. Oh. NPC na where APC they 24. APC na thief. Now the cry of the masses. NPC na where APC they 24.
Them say 20 trillion don't vanish for air. It just growing like come out, nobody nowhere.
People they ask who they run the show, who they hold the pen, who signed the dough.
Buhari been the minister fuel matter show. People they complain, say money no they show. Before him pie, him talk forgiveness. He shock the nation, he raise auspiciousness. Oh,
Chai, NPC don't turn to jungle. Now where big money they disappear like candle. If 20 trillion try your hand today, Naira for strong, dollar for behave.
APC na TC.
Now waiting people they talk. Oh.
NNPC now APC the 24, APC now 50.
Now the cry of the masses.
NNPC now APC the 24. Gonna Tinubu the petroleum chair. Everybody they ask how we go do am here. APC don't normalize the matter like play. Every year I knew all of them they display. We they shout for reform, we they beg for light, we they pray say justice go fit stand right. Nigeria no be their personal part. We need leaders we clean. We got the cats solo.
Who go rescue in MPC?
Who go rescue in MPC?
Let them clean up.
Who go stop the trillions leak?
Who go break the cycle quick?
Who go break the cycle quick?
Let them clean up.
APC na 50.
Now waiting people they talk oh.
NNPC now
APC they 24.
APC na 50.
Now the cry of the masses.
NNPC now APC they 24.
Yes, APC na thief thief and NNPC now where APC the train thief. That is the truth, my people. They have decided how much they are going to make at the end of next year and how they are going to share it among themselves. They will collect loan, they will share it and eat it among themselves. They are the Nigerians. We are just customers. A government that sees its citizens as customers instead of seeing them as citizens are criminals. APC is a criminal party. APC government is a fraudulent and a criminal government. APC government are forgers. They can forge anything. There's nothing they can't forge. And that is the truth. And enough of their criminality in this country. They don't own this country. They are not more Nigerians than us. We deserve better. You deserve better. I deserve better. Our children deserve better. We cannot continue to be a third world country. If you have good leadership, we should be in first world country by today. We should be in the first world country today. South Africa is doing better than us. Even Ghana here is doing better than us. Instead of us progressing, we are retrogressing. We are going backward. We are going backward. What kind of useless government is this? What kind of useless government is this? Enough of Fulani becoming president in this country. We will no longer vote for Fulanis in this country. And we are also looking at Yoruba people now because Tinubu has failed us. Tinubu has failed us. Obasanjo did very well. He tried his best. I will never put Obasanjo as a bad man. But you see Tinubu? No. It is unacceptable. For now, it has been Fulani, Yoruba, Fulani, Yoruba, Fulani, Yoruba ruling this country. And they have destroyed this country. And Fulani and Yoruba are not the only people in this country. We have so many other tribes that also need to test that presidency. Enough of Fulani and Yoruba in this country. We must test another person. And me, I am campaigning for Mr. Peter Obi. He's my best candidate. He's the only man I have searched and I didn't see any criminal record. Him and Osinbajo are my best candidates. Osinbajo is a good man. He did very well when Buhari gave him the opportunity to rule this country for a period of time. Dollar was going down. Dollar was going down under Osinbajo. But my preferred candidate is Mr. Peter Obi, and I am campaigning for him with all my resources. I am campaigning for him, and I officially started campaigning for Mr. Peter Obi, and that is the truth, my people. Despite the fact that people are telling Tinubu not to go ahead with that tax fraud, he still wants to implement it come 1st January. because he cannot do without looting and stealing from the people, just the way he has been stealing from the people of Lagos.
In a related report, a former Senate leader, Ali Ndume, has urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to suspend the implementation of the newly enacted reforms laws, citing allegations that they were altered after legislative approval. Ndume, in a statement on Wednesday from Abuja, called for the establishment of an ad hoc committee to investigate claims that the laws were modified after passing through the National Assembly. The call comes amid protests from opposition figures and civil society groups, including the Nigerian Bar Association, which had also demanded a full, transparent inquiry. Ndume warned that implementing the reform while the allegations remain unresolved could erode public trust and undermine the legitimacy of the lawmaking process. Joining us now for a conversation on this is Femi Onakaren, and of course he's an economist and he joins us from Lagos. Femi, you are welcome this afternoon. All right, Femi, back to my question regarding the Nigerian Bar of Association and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who are calling for the immediate suspension of the Tax Reforms Act. Now, my question to you was, what specific procedural or legal irregularities do they allege occurred in the enactment, and on what evidence, if you might?
From what we've gathered thus far, the allegation made by one of the honorable members of the House was that what was gazetted and presented to the public is different from what the chambers had passed, the upper and lower houses had passed on to the president for assent. Mr. Taiwo Edele has spoken about it, and he said he is not aware of any such alteration. And if said alteration is valid and genuine, the House of Rep itself has instituted an ad hoc committee to look into the matter and investigate the alleged alterations, as it were. Now, the challenge that some of us have with this recent development is that there is a conviction before a trial. Some of the rhetoric that is going around, some of the narrative that's going around is implies draconian authority. Some are saying that the poor are going to get taxed more, is going to be tougher on the economy, on people. And these are all misleading narratives. I mean, I am not a politician, but if we're going to talk in terms of economic baseline, the framework of the tax reform is actually quite commendable. It releases more funds for small businesses, for low-income earners, for salary earners, and it also creates the opportunity for accountability and transparency. The harmonization of different tax positions, an example is the VAT situation that we have in terms of multiple taxation across different platforms. And the harmonization actually releases more funds to businesses, and to individuals as well. So in terms of commendable output from the reform, I mean, they are quite clear. However, we must not discountenance the allegations raised. What the NBA is saying is that if indeed there have been alterations to what have been, presented or agreed upon approved by the upper and lower chambers for the president to assent to, if there's a difference between that and the gazetted presented document, then it stands to reason that the law cannot begin operation. It cannot begin to be processed, and the January 1st, 2026 adoption period becomes, suspect.
That tax must not see the light of the day. If they won't let them shutting down our throat, they will receive the punishment for stealing from us. If they could forge it, it means they can do anything. That tax law gives them power to seize your property and auction it to their cronies. Let's not forget what custom pattern. You buy a car of 10 million naira, they will request 15 million naira for you to clear it. If you cannot afford it, 15 million, they will seize the car and then auction it to their own friends, to their own cronies. They will come and buy it for 500,000 or 1 million naira instead of calling the owner of the car. Customs have killed so many businesses in this country. You see a custom officer that his salary is just 100 or 150,000 driving a car of 60 million. How did he get it? Where did he get it from? Where did he get the money from? We need a true leader that can sanitize this country, and Peter is the best candidate for that. Anambra State was a state that was being controlled by godfatherism. Anambra State was the only state that a sitting governor was kidnapped inside government house. Christian Gige was kidnapped inside government house. Who stopped those nonsense? It was Peter Obi that did it. After only for 8 years, he came up with clean records, which APC have been digging so deep to get incriminating records on Peter Obi. They've not been able to place their hand on any criminal record. Can we say the same of Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Or can we say the same of all the APC governors or all the APC ministers? Or can we say the same of all APC members? The answer is no. We need someone that can stop godfatherism in this country. We need someone that can stop this criminality in our police and in our customs. Imagine now that the tax collectors, they don't have so much power, yet they will come to your shop without police. They will come to your shop without court order. They will come to your shop, tell you to pay 50,000 as tax or one thing or the other. You say, no, it's too much, you're not paying that. They will seize your goods and go with it. They have been doing it. It's not a new thing, my people. Now, let's now talk now that the law that Tinubu forged will now give them powers to seize and sell to recover money without court orders. They are now trying to save face. After forging it, they are now trying to save face. We weren't the one that published it. They were the ones that published it. When you are arrested, before you even go to court, before you even have the powers to go to court, you must pay 20%. It is in their document. Go and get one and read it. If you think what I'm saying is a joke. You guys don't know what you got yourselves involved in by bringing in this certificate forger. This man that forges everything. And I'm 100% sure that Tinubu is not even his name. He forged that name. And that is the truth, my people. We must speak the truth for the benefit of our children. We are not fighting for ourselves. It's for me alone. I don't have any problem. I will just go and relax. But we need a safe country for our children to come. That is what we are fighting for. It's not for ourselves, because we have seen everything. I am 50-something years old today. I have seen life. I have seen suffer. I have seen enjoyment. I have seen life. There's nothing about this life that is new or strange to me anymore. But I want a country, a beautiful country that my children will grow in. That is the truth. So if we cannot fight for that country today, which country do you think our children will inherit? Our children will inherit disaster. And that is the truth, my people. We must speak the truth. Nigeria must come back to the right track of development. Not one man sitting and siphoning everything for himself and his family. Our institutions must work. Our country must not be built on one strong man. We don't need any strong man. What we need is strong institutions. And the only person that can make it happen is Mr. Peter Obi. That is the only man I am saying right now that can do it. Unless somebody else comes up tomorrow that we have seen or we know has a clean track record. But for now, none of them have good track record. None of them have. Not Atiku, not Tambuwa, not Tinubu, not, what's his name, Rufai. Rufai even dealt with Christians in Kaduna State. We can't trust him. And that is the truth. We must speak truth at all times without fear. We die but once. But I chose not to die as a coward. I was among those protesting against the military for this democracy that we are claiming we have today. This democracy under APC is a scam. It's a big scam. And that is the truth. about it. APC must go as a party. APC must go.
Wahala for APC government. Them things say we know they see am. It go soon go round. Waiting go around, go surely come around. Wahala for APC government. We go come back. Oh. Wahala for them greedy men. We go reach them house. Oh. If you live for glass house, no they throw stone. Not truth we talk. Oh. Tinubu talk for 2, 3, 4 G's. Say Jonathan lazy man. Say they sleep when jihadists they buy Christian. Now we don't turn am on turn, jump down the one and say stop the pine. Now who incompetent now? Now who no fit govern now? APC don't turn our life to survivor exam. Wahala for APC government. No sabi government. Wahala for fake policy. We dey suffer, them dey flex. Now pepper we dey chop every day. Dollar don't climb, people know they pay rent again. Them say subsidy go help, but it just fight the poor. Then they introduce policy to buy us more. Canada got down vex, label APC, PDP terrorist name. Now through corruption, through pain, them turn Niger to suffering game. My people shine your eye. Don't be everything where shine the gold though. If them promise you change, check the fine print. Cause the APC don't show us pepper. The hot past you. Wahala for APC government. Wahala for greedy men. Now them go feel am. If you live for glass house, no they throw stone. We go scatter your throne. Na cycle of karma be this. APC chop, PDP chop. But one day, Nigeria go rise. Make the truth set us free. Wahala done too much.
Wahala for APC government. Wahala for APC government, my people. APC can never be trusted. Nigeria must be great again. Nigeria must not continue to be a third world country. Countries that were the same age or the same level with Nigeria are now first world countries. Nigeria is still in third world country. Even Obi will have to become a man one day. Obi cannot continue to be a boy. Why will Nigeria deliberately refuse to grow? What is it, for Christ's sake? Who have done this thing to us, my people? Nigeria must grow. Nigeria must not continue to be an Obi, or Nigeria must not continue to be Obi is a boy. Obi must become a man, and Nigeria must become a man. And it's your responsibility and my responsibility to turn that boy they call Obi to a man. So Nigeria must be purged of these criminals, these evil people that have decided we will not have peace in this country. Look at all the pools. Go to any platform and see all the pools. Like this pool now. Do you welcome USA action in Nigeria? 84% said yes. And 60% said no. This is why we are practicing democracy. Democracy, you are free to believe in whatever you want to believe in. That is the truth about it, my people. That is the truth.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Holy, holy, holy. Angel Marco, holy, holy. Angel Robora kanka.
Holy, 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 holy.
Now me be Mr. Truth9ja. I dey come from Niger. If I talk, them go buy me. If I no talk, hunger go buy me. So make I talk and buy. At least I die with truth for mouth. This government don't tire body, oh. Which kind case be this? Who gets Nigeria with bad leaders we no get liver? Them hot na pomo, tough outside, empty inside. And they chop out tomorrow, belly full today. Jai, which kind suffer be this?
Angel Michael, draw your sword, oh. Angel Michael, blow the trumpet, oh.
Robo, robo, rabara, robo, robo, rachanka.
Holy fire, fall, holy fire, fall.
Holy, holy,
The lily runs by fast.
God of Elijah.
Come down, come flush.
All the bad belly people where the government make thunder fire then come out. Holy, holy,
The lily runs by fast.
we no go free this time, we no go free again. Sobo robo rabara,
Rakacha, robo, robo.
Nigeria must rise.
By fire, by force.
See the youth we're supposed they build tomorrow. They do yahoo, they do hook up, they run from Japan. Because the leaders live the future. Sell them for Ghana, Moscow. Them they do oversight, but them no fit oversee their own children. One day for the thief, one day for the owner. The owner that would he dey shout holy, holy. Angel Michael, release your warrior angels. Make them pursue, overtake, recover all. Who can stand in the air? Who go break the code? Who go flush them out?
Holy Ghost fire.
Who go heal this land?
Holy Jesus.
Robo, robo, rabara.
Fire.
Shobo, shobo, rakankan.
Fire.
Deliverance now by force, oh.
By force.
Oh, yeah.
Dangerous land us.
Hold up the Elijah. All the bad belly people where the government make thunder fire then come out. Holy, holy, we no go gree this time, we no go gree again. Sobo robo rabara, rachaka robo robo. Nigeria must rise.
By fire, by force.
In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Angel Michael,
Stand for gates.
Mountain to bed, holy trumpet, holy, holy, holy.
Nigeria go heal.
By fire, by force.
Robo robo rabara.
Holy, holy, holy. Lily runs on
Not
land.
the Father, not the Son, and not the Holy Ghost. Shama shama baba baba ro 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 ro. Who curse us with APC party? Oh Lord have mercy on us. Bosh. Now be Mr. Truth9ja. If I talk, them go buy me. If I no talk, them go see buy me. So I go talk, even if you pay me. Silence na crime when hunger won't blind me. APC don't scatter this country finish. From up to sorrow, everything diminish. Yesterday get light, today na generator. Tomorrow they fear a nation of ventilator.
Nigeria, which way we dey go?
Plenty promise, but now suffering we know.
Nigeria,
Go through your eye, oh. Future they cry, make we no sell am cheap, oh. Life better under good luck, Jonathan time. At least man fit breathe, hope still they shine. Now we don't scatter, dreams don't crash. Youth they hustle, leaders they stash. Okay. Thanks for watching so far.
All the polls conducted are all against APC. It is always 80% or 90-something% against APC. That's to tell you that APC is a monumental failure. And what they want to do now is to siphon as much as they can before they leave the office. Have that at the back of your mind. And don't also forget that Tinubu is a forger. He has forged his certificate. He forged his certificate. Even the school he claimed he went said the certificate Tinubu is parading didn't come from them. We should also not forget that Tinubu has forged our tax laws. He has forged it. And I end it there. Thanks for watching Truth9ja. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to share. And please subscribe for more real talk about Nigeria politics and power games. Stay safe, stay informed, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Shama, shama, baba, baba, ro, 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 ro. Who curse us with APC party? Oh Lord, have mercy on us. Bosh. Now be Mr. Truth9ja, if I talk, them go buy me. If I no talk, them go see buy me. So I go talk, even if you pay me. Silence na crime when hunger won't blind me. APC don't scatter this country finish. From up to sorrow, everything diminish. Yesterday get light, today na generator. Tomorrow they fear a nation of ventilator. Nigeria, which way we dey go? Plenty promise, but now suffering we know. Cheapo. Life better under good luck, Jonathan time. At least man fit breathe, hope still they shine. Now we don't scatter, dreams don't crash. Youth they hustle, leaders they stash. President with certificate they question. From forging paper to forging taxation. Which kind country be this we they live? Love for the poor, pardon for thief. Nigeria, which way we they go? Them chop our sweat, leave us with sorrow. Nigeria, my people, yeah, oh. Now our hand solution there. Make we hold them well, oh. Like Pussy Sunday, the close, time no they wait. Make we join hand, correct our fate. No sell your vote for stomach insurance. Your future work past temporary allow I want. Rise for government now 6K straight. For FPC now 100K paid. Them they buy conscience, then they buy pain. After election, now tears remain. Wise up my people, stand your ground. Power they your PVC, make it resound. No be tribe, no be religion. Now good governance be the mission.
Nigeria, which way we dey go? If we stand together, change go show. Nigeria, rise up today. Mr. Truth on top, make we lead the way.
Shama, shama, baba, baba, ro, 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 ro. God save Nigeria from lies and sorrow.
And of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Shama shama raba baba, robo robo peshe peshe. Fire, fire, fire.
Fire.
Come down with us fire, come down with thunder, come down with wire. AP APC na principalities, where they block road like robberies. Dollar don't turn to dragon, fuel don't turn to blood. Every day na suffer head, every night na flood. But the Bible talk no weapon form shall prosper. So we rise up tonight, we know they fear the juju master. Shama kan kan kan. Shobo shobo bo 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 bo. Peshelelelelele. Kosh kosh kosh. Hey Nigerians, make we pray. Cast and bind the PC from spirit of propaganda, spirit of lie lie, spirit of hunger. Where one finish person life, we bind you today. We bind you forever. This nation go heal. We go better together. In the weave and in nobody side the Holy Ghost. APC principalities, your time done they close. Shama shama rabababa, robo 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 robo. Shama shama rabababa, robo 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 robo. Hey! Shama shama, shama shama, shama shama, shama shama raba raba, shama shama, shama shama, shama shama, shama shama raba raba. Them say Emi Lokan, we say Jesus Lokan. Them carry bullion van, we carry prayer van. Them they share rice, we don't expire. We they share testimony, we they catch fire. Minister they fly private jet go Dubai. We they try go walk, see they shout, it go better. But tonight we change that story. Holy Ghost take over, give us back our flow. Every spirit of renewal again, we bind you. Every spirit of 27 regime, we scatter you. Spirit of Nara, where they fall like rain, catch fire. Spirit of me on, and a jam die by fire. Sham, shama, laba, laba, robo, robo, shoko, shoko. Anybody we say APC must stay under fire, you there. Oh yeah, Nigerians, make we pray. Cast and bind APC from spirit of propaganda, spirit of lie, lie, spirit of hunger. Where one finish person life, we bind you today. We bind you forever. This nation go heal. We go better together. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. APC principalities don't die down your way. Shama shama rabababa, robo 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 robo. Shama shama rabababa, robo 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 robo. Shama shama robo 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 robo. Fire fall on top their head. Nigeria must be great again. I say, I say, I say.
Yeah. Oh, God I beg, yeah, we don't tire as we dey pray, oh Lord rescue us from the hands of bandits and these wicked ones. Every day now pay, we dey cry for dawn. Mama dey weep, another life done gone. Our tears don't fool the ground. We just dey beg, make peace come around. Oh Lord, we dey call your name. Make this country no go remain the same. Too much sorrow, too much blood. Only you fit clean this flood. We don't tire to bury our mama. We don't tire to cry for our papa. Our sisters, our brothers don't go. God have mercy, make peace flow. Government I beg you walk oh. No be prayer alone go stop this sorrow. We don't tire. We don't tire. Make una pity the poor where they suffer. We no fit farm again, no fit sleep in peace. Every day na gunshot to go bring relief. Now who go defend the weak? When justice no they speak, we they shout, but them no they hear. We they die, but them no they care. Oh Lord, now you we trust. Protect the innocent from dust. Let your light shine into the pain. Let our joy return again. We don't tire. We don't tire to bury our mama. us by in a life with a talk. No big game, protect your people. Stop the flay, don't tire, Lord have mercy. We don't cry, make peace plenty. We dey pray, but we need action. Make our land get satisfaction. Yeah, yeah. Oh, we don't tire. Which kind country be this? Sometimes they be like say now only God fit judge the matter. Oh, which kind country be this? What people wey suppose protect us they cause the wahala. Every day na new story, my people they ask. Now who go stand for truth, who go fight for justice? Na, 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 na.
Which kind country be this? Where you get two laws, one for some people, another for the rest. How we want to grow, how we want to unite. If the goalposts they shift anytime we try score.
Oh, Naija, why you they do us like this? We they cry, but nobody hear our voice. No time for class, solve the hope for choice. Tell me my country, who divide us like this? Oh,
Naija, it no supposed be so. Good for Zamfara na their own, Rudolph for South Nigeria own. Sometimes see they pay me deep for bone. It can't be like say this whole thing a scam.
If to say oh you know the south side, how them for treat us? Make we talk come true. If I don't red oh, if I don't choke oh, them for don't use us shine, them for don't do us yeah. We dey hustle, we dey pray, but the system still dey do us anyhow. We just want fairness, we know they fight, make this country work. No be too much ask.
Naija, why you they do us like this? We they cry, but nobody they hear our voice. No turn first class, how they hope for choice. Tell me my country, who divide us like this? Naija, it no supposed be so. Good for Zamfara na their own, Rudolph for South Nigeria own. Sometimes you they pay me deep for both. It can't be like say this whole thing a scam.
Which kind country be this? My people, we deserve better. Till justice balance, we no go stop to shout. Naija must rise again. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. God make you get mercy on us all. Brother Babaroro, Shama Shama oh. Waiting the inside this thing where they turn people head upside down. Brother Babaroro, CRCB. Waiting the inside the PC where person join humanity go just shift. Now so wahala boss, we no fit understand. Good people enter mind begin bend like rubber band. Them go talk truth before, loud like thunder. But once them enter, conscience begin wonder. He shocked me, with me, tire my soul. How power they turn some people to another road.
Before a father Aliyah they shout say and people they suffer. Say terrorists take by them, say the thing done to bother.
But today's story don't change, everything don't shift. When you they look I'm like Oga, why your mouth don't drift? When you sing whoa,
till I'm on the road.
Shama Shama oh. See as your governor, they shift him line. Yes, them say no be like na reality show. When them join the team, truth begin slow. Now who swear for this kind Polikaru river? Waiting them they drink where they freeze man liver. Aliyah we talk before with fire for tongue. Now we they talk like person we don't lose him loom. Okay, today we know say packaging fi deceive. Some people fi preach truth where them no really believe.
My every life pressing done then hearts go begin fail.
Now the same question we they ask, now the same parade.
Why you be saying I only lie food, yeah?
Of the Jean don't sense, conscience no the dead.
Rarababaroro,
Oh,
shama shama.
Rarababaroro,
Shama shama oh. Waiting be the spirit where they don't lead us to shadow. It be like say them they hypnotize. Person go join, conscience go minimize.
then open your eyes. See as your governor they shift him lines. This way you are. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Baba God, I beg. Open our leaders, mind the most. Make truth return, make justice rise. Make nobody again fall for puli-tuli guys. Shama shama oh.
In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Oh Lord, have mercy on we. Now Mr. Truth9ja they talk, oh, make una open here. Truth no they fear anybody. Nigeria get people with sabi. Professors fool everywhere. Engineers, doctors, scholars. But now who no sabi, then they put for chair. Them talk say the country they fail. It be like them design them that way. How progress won't take come. People where they lead no fit do the work where they are able today.
Them say out of 100 where they rule, only small sabi book for school. But now them they hold the juicy post. Now we the masses they pay the cost. Why you they do us so? How we gon' grow if we let no one go? It dey pain my soul. Now failure the bad failure make we talk and
Then go put doctor for power ministry. Lawyer go the aviation a mystery. Mechanical engineer for health. The turn it to ministry in allegation of forgery. Them yeah. How progress one take show. How innovation one take grow. When person we no sabi that sector, and them carry put for the front door.
Tell me how we got move.
to make the two move.
Tell me how we go rise.
Rise so bright.
How we go the expected to say.
Yeah.
When the setup no correct.
Yeah. Even for security matters, people they raise eyebrows, them they drop allegation anyhow. Say some big man they close to a Hala crew. I don't know if not true, but they talk they loud. But how person we get rumor for head? Go protect 200 million for bed. Now so confusion they spread. Now so hope they turn to dread. Yeah.
Nigeria, oh, we dey terror. It be like say them design them to fail, oh. Nigeria, oh, we dey fight for change. Make competence replace this thing with strange.
Hey, we don't tire for thugs for position. We don't tire for wrong people for mission. Make person wey study the work, run the work. Na so system they get division. Doctor for health, engineer for power, economist for finance, give aviation to pilot scholar. When square peg enter square hole, now then Nigeria go begin roll. Now me, Mr. Truth9ja, I don't talk my own. I did no cause, Nigeria no doom. Now wrong people they steer the broom, change the leaders, change the tune, and this country go shine like moon.
Nigeria, rise again, oh, rise again, oh, rise again, oh.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Holy Ghost fire, 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 fall on APC hypnosis.
God of Elijah, have mercy on us, oh.
Waiting the inside APC. Where if person join him go lose am humanity. Which can wahala be this? Even Rev Father Aliyah don't join APC. Now I'm the talk like person where I'm bright, now they walk again. Baba baba mama mama mama. We are speaking tongues. We want deliver Rev Father Aliyah from the spirit of lies and love for money. Shama shama baba baba. We are deliver. Before Aliyah been they preach salvation. Terrorists they buying people for Benue nation. People come vote and say Rev Father go save us. No the same Aliyah they shout no genocide for Benue. Which kind of turning be this? The man we been they cry with widows. Now the time with the people we send the killers. Oh yeah, Benue people, open una eye. Una governor, don't join the lie team. Fake Rev Father, fake. Waiting the inside APC. Where if person join him go lose am humanity. Which kind wahala be this? Even Rev Father Aliyah don't join APC. Now I'm the talk like person where you brain no they work again. Baba baba mama 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 mama. We are speaking tongues. We want deliver Rev Father Aliyah from the spirit of lies and love for money. Shama shama baba baba. We are deliver. Anybody we enter that party begin they behave like person where they hypnotize. Moi been they speak truth. Now they bought me excuses and lies. Even anointed men of God, them they fall like pack of cards. The spirit of APC na strong juju. And they swallow conscience and they chop integrity. Rev Father Aliyah, we love you oh, but this version of you na counterfeit. The Holy Ghost fire, burn the hypnosis. Spirit of truth, arrest them. Spirit of lies, release them. We bind the demon of party supremacy. We lose the real Rev Father Aliyah. Back to factory settings. Oh yeah, push him, make him fall. This deliverance, not by force so. Waiting the inside APC. Where if person join him go lose am humanity. Rev Father Aliyah, we dey call you back. Come out from Babylon, come back to Jesus. Baba baba mana baba, oh baba mama. We are speaking tongues. Deliverance don't land for Benue today. No more lie, no more hypocrisy. Shama shama baba baba, Aliyah is free, Aliyah is free. In Jesus' name, amen. Benue people, una governor don't recover. If it's still the light tomorrow, we go do part 2. Holy Ghost, over to you. Fire! Oh, we dey shout, but they know they yeah. Our future they work out for court, but court don't turn market square. Them tell us say na justice go guide us, but justice done they sleep. Hey. See as them rule case like say na bet you sleep. Truth they cry, them tire for rope, come out team lip. Everybody they fear to invest, then they pack their bag. Cause any small governor fit choose but take too big to brag. Yeah. People hustle for years, then go just cancel them. One paper, one judge judgment, everything scatter. Them tell us judiciary, now hope for common man. But a common man, then they use why the white that don't say tell me which country go grow like this, yeah. When justice they cost past crypto rate. Our future they for their hand, but them they use and play. Nigeria shine, I know be today, it started in game.
Judicial bandit.
Nigerian judiciary is the most corrupt in the world.
High funds are businessmen, we thrive inside corruption.
Judicial bandits, judicial bandits. Investor go look our land, he go fear. Cause any small money if it buy, judgment here. Then they chase development like enemy. Then they bless impunity like vanity. They reach the witches before you even start. The poor they pray, but prayer fit no reach court. Them talk say democracy is strong when justice stand. But this one don't fall like house, we no get the land. We know they find trouble, now fairness we ask. But fairness done they wear mask. If judiciary no clean, the whole nation go rust. If justice no balance, country no go trust.
Judicial bandit.
Nigerian judiciary is the most corrupt in the world.
All judges are businessmen, we thrive inside corruption. Judicial bandits, judicial bandits, judicial bandits.
Them sell conscience for money, them no send the people. Our rights don't turn business for their table.
Judicial bandits, judicial bandits.
Nigerians, open your eyes. Now your future, them they price. If justice for finish, who go rise? Time to speak, time to stand. Make we reclaim our land.
Judicial bandits.
What's election we clean, oh. Give us election we clean, oh. Make the process open, transparent and green, oh.
Every 4 years we dey stand for sun. We dey queue from morning to the day dawn. But a credible election we dey want. No be story we go cause wahala for front. We believe say this country feel rise. Even if we protect our franchise. Now why we dey beg with our full chest? Make election way clean be the real test. Inesa beg give us election way clean, oh. Make the process open, transparent and green, oh. Electronic transmission must be mandatory. Make we see results sharp, sharp, no more story. Reform done right, make we push am with faith. I will be down, make you help lead the way. Inesa beg give us election way clean, oh. Make the process open, transparent and clean, oh. Electronic transmission must be mandatory. Make we see results sharp, sharp, no more story. Reform done right, make we push am with faith. I will be down, make you help lead the way. Use them, they shout, we know they tire. We want system we no go expire. No be manual counting, they spoil show. Now technology we go make truth flow. We need confidence for the ballot. So corruption no go fit swallow. Give Nigerians better trust again. Make democracy no dey cost pain. The legs are black, give us election we clean, oh. Make the process open, transparent and green, oh. Connectory transmission must be mandatory. Make we see results sharp, sharp, no more story. Reform
our future. If system pure, now all of us go nurture. So let the vote count, let the truth show. Make Nigeria shine, make progress flow. Inexi, do your work with integrity. Give us election, we go bless this country. Move it and push the reform, make them strong. Together we go march, we go sing this song. Inexi, I beg, give us election, we know.
Wahala dey, wahala for APC government. Them things say we know they see am, we go soon go round. Waiting go around, go surely come around. Wahala for APC government, we go come back. Oh. Wahala for them greedy men, we go reach them house. Oh. If you live for glass house, no they throw stone. Na truth we talk. Oh. Tinubu talk for 2040, say Jonathan lazy man. Say him they sleep when jihadists they buy Christian. Now we don't turn our own turn. Trump done the one, I'm say stop the pain. Now who incompetent now? Now who no fit govern now? APC don't turn our life to survival exam. Wahala for APC governing, they no sabi governance. So wahala for fake policies, we dey suffer, them they flex. Na paper we dey chop every day. Dollar don't climb, people know they pay rent again. Them say subsidy go help, but it just buy the poor. Them they introduce policy to pay us more. Canada cut down vex, label APC, PDP terrorist name. Not through corruption, through pain, them turn Niger to suffering game. My people, shine your eye, no be everything we shine be gold. Oh. If them promise you change, check the fine print. Cause APC don't show us pepe, hot past you. Wahala for APC government, we go come back. Oh. Wahala for greedy men, now them go feel am. Oh. If you live for glass house, no they throw stone. We go scatter road. Now cycle of karma be this. APC chop, PDP chop. But one day Nigeria go rise. Make the truth set us free. Wahala done too much.
Question. 10 years don't waka, the matter still dey burn. Oh. We dey hear for streets say trillions don't miss. Who go answer us? Who go talk truth? APC na thief. Now waiting people they talk. Oh. NAPC now where APC they 24. APC na thief. Now the cry of the masses. NPC now where APC they 24.
Them say 20 trillion don't vanish for air. It just growing like come out, nobody nowhere.
People they ask who they run the show, who they hold the pen, who signed the dough.
Buhari been the minister fuel matter show. People they complain, say money no they show. Before him pie, him talk forgiveness. He shock the nation, he raise auspiciousness. Oh,
Chai, NPC don't turn to jungle. Now where big money they disappear like
thief.
Now waiting people they talk.
NNPC now APC they 24. APC now 50.
Now they cry of the masses.
NNPC now APC they 24. Gonna Tinubu they petroleum chair. Everybody they ask how we go do am here. APC don't normalize the matter like play. Every year I knew all of them they display. We they shout for reform, we they beg for light, we they pray say justice go fit stand right. Nigeria no be their personal part. We need leaders we clean. We got the cats solo.
Who go rescue in MPC?
Who go rescue in MPC?
Let them clean up.
Who go stop the trillions leak?
Who go break the cycle quick?
Who go break the cycle quick?
Let them clean up.
APC na thief.
Now waiting people they talk.
NNPC now
APC they 24.
APC na 50.
Now the cry of the masses.
NNPC now
APC they 24.
APC na 50.
Now waiting people they talk.
NNPC now
APC they 24.
APC na 50.
Now the cry of the masses.
NNPC now
APC they 24.
Now they sleep? The people who supposed protect us don't turn on robbers in black robe. Make when I hear me clear. Oh. Them wear wig, them wear gown, but for night them they count brown envelope for house. Conscience don't die, they bury them for backyard. Now them they sell justice like gala for whole up. Them collect money, them twist the law. Give governor power to scatter person sweat. 10 years business, one judgment PR. Everything don't go, which kind country be this?
Who they kill democracy?
Backups na the judges.
Who they chase investors?
Backups na the judges.
Who they protect thieves where a gather?
Na the judges.
Judicial bandits. Nigeria judiciary na the most corrupt for the whole world. Our judges na businessmen. Them they thrive, they swim, they die for corruption money.
Judicial bandits. Men don't see power up, then don't close the door. No investor won't come, everybody they run come on.
Judicial bandits, oh.
Hey, governor wants still election, judge say carry go. Person build factory, them send bulldozer. Because of quality no small. 20 years of blood and sweat, one night a rating for Yakata. Judge don't chop money, him they smile for chamber. Him children they school for London, him wife they shop for Paris. But you're picking up easy light, your business don't die finish. Now wow for this country. Which country they grow and code they sell daddies?
No country.
Who they kill dreams every day?
Backups.
Judicial bandits. Nigeria judiciary na the most corrupt for the whole world. Our judges na businessmen. Them they thrive, they swim, they die for corruption money.
Judicial bandits.
Come on man, hope don't die, justice don't buy. Nigeria cause of
judicial bandits. Yeah.
Nigerians, open on our eyes. These people no be judges again. Them be armed robbers with law degree. Them be 419 with sound title. Them be Yahoo boys with British accents. If we no talk now, tomorrow go worse.
Judicial bandits, judicial bandits. Nigerian judiciary na the most corrupt for the whole world.
Our judges na businessmen. Them they chop our future. They better full with corruption money.
Judicial bandits.
Hey. Make una rise up. Make una talk. This country must better. Judicial bandits go fall one day.
I say. Judicial bandits. Judicial bandits.
Nigeria go heal. We go win. But first make them fall. Make them fall. Make them fall. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Holy, holy, holy.
Angel Marco, holy, holy.
Angel Gabriel, holy, holy.
Robo, 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 rakanka.
Holy, holy, holy. Banjo like holy, holy.
Now me be Mr. Truth9ja. I dey come from Niger. If I talk, them go buy me. If I no talk, hunger go buy me. So make I talk and buy. At least I die with truth for mouth. This government don't tire body, oh. Which kind case be this? Who gets Nigeria with bad leaders we no get liver? Them hot na pomo, tough outside, empty inside. And they chop out tomorrow, belly full today. Die, which kind suffer be this?
Angel Michael, draw your sword. Angel Michael, blow the trumpet.
Robo, 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 rachanka.
Holy fire, fall, holy fire, fall.
Holy, holy.
The lily rose by fast.
God of Elijah.
Come down, come crush.
All the bad belly people where the government make thunder fire then come out. Holy, holy.
Lily rose by fast.
We no go free this time, we no go free again. Sobo robo robo rakacha robo robo. Nigeria must rise.
By fire, by force.
See the youth we're supposed they build tomorrow. They do Yahoo, they do hook up, they run from Japan. Because the leaders thief the future. Sell them for Ghana, Moscow. Them they do oversight, but them no fit oversee their own children. One day for the thief, one day for the owner. The owner that would he dey shout holy, holy. Angel Michael, release your warrior angels. Make them pursue, overtake, recover all. Who can stand the dia? Who go break the code? Who go flush them out?
Holy Ghost fire.
Who go heal this land?
Holy Jesus.
Robo, robo, rabara.
Fire.
Shobo, shobo, rakanka.
Fire.
Deliverance now by force, oh.
By force.
Oh yeah.
Dangerous and dust.
All of the Elijah.
Come force.
All the bad belly people,
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Angel Michael,
stand for gates.
Mountain to pay, holy trumpet, holy, holy, holy.
Nigeria go heal
by fire, by force.
Roba, 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 roba.
Holy, holy, holy. In the ransom land.
Yeah. One love, one fight for my Niger people worldwide. Ooh yeah, you don't tell we they shout for peace, but them still they play us like film we don't get this. Them say we be giant, but we still they crawl. Every day they be like say we fall. But me I believe say we go rise again. Now unity go wipe away the pain. From Kano down to Lagos, man. Now the same red bread, they our vein. If love no day, waiting remain. Make we stop to the fight for them. No track, no hate, no shame. Now together we go win this game. Peace go rain, peace go rain. For Naija, peace go rain. No more blood, no more change. Together we go rise again. Peace go rain, peace go rain. For Naija, peace go rain. No more blood, no more pain. Together we go rise again. See mama they cry for Market Square. Say her pikin no come back from there. Too much tension for the air. But love fit clean, I'm like fresh repair. Now time to build, no be time to burn. Make we learn from the past, no return. And where they give, no they lack. Make peace be our payback. If love no day, waiting remain. Make we stop to the fight for name. No tribe, no hate, no shame. Now together we go win this game. Peace go rain, peace go rain. For Naija, peace go rain. No more blood, no more change. Together we go rise again. Peace go rain, peace go rain. For Naija, peace go rain. No more wahala, no more pain. Together we go rise again. We be one people, one color, one tone. Don't let them use power, break your bone. My love be the real backbone. If you hold them tight, peace go short for home. Tell them say the fire don't cool. Now peace go room, make love be the tool.